Chapter 374. A big piece of gossip had happened in the Suzhou government. The Suzhou people, who loved excitement and did not fear the government, had long received the news. Early in the morning, they swarmed to the door of the yamen, discussing as they waited. What everyone was discussing was the matter that had caused an uproar in Suzhou and had gradually attracted the gazes of all of Jiangnan, the fight for the Ming family property. No one had thought that the seventh young master of the Ming family, who should have died of illness a long time ago, would suddenly appear in front of everyone. Furthermore, with a shake of his body, he had become the commander of the Jiangnan water bandits, a famous figure in the underworld. Furthermore, after the palace treasury matter, the seventh young master's identity had changed again. He had become a royal merchant responsible for managing the palace treasury's North Road marketing. However, no matter how his identity had changed, what attracted the most attention was still his identity as a descendant of the Ming family. Xia Qifei had entered the Suzhou government to submit a petition to fight a family property lawsuit. No one knew how the people living in Ming Garden would react. Whose hands would the Ming family property, which could rival a country's wealth, fall into? In the hearts of most people, they were actually partial to the Ming family. For one, the Ming family hid their dark side well and created a clear and bright image in the hearts of the Jiangnan gentry and people. For another, Ming Qingda was the eldest son of the Ming family's eldest son. Even if Xia Qifei was truly the seventh son of the Ming family, according to Qing law and the tradition since ancient times, the family property should be inherited by the legitimate eldest son. Furthermore, who could prove that Xia Qifei was truly Ming Qingqing? At this moment, the outside of the Suzhou government was lively, but inside the yamen was incomparably tense. The Suzhou government Zhizhou was half bent over the large table with a headache. He sighed weakly to the advisor beside him and said, "Tell me, what should we do today?" The Ming family was a century-old family. No one knew how many connections they had with the Jiangnan officialdom. They had long been inseparable. If something happened to the Ming family, a small half of the Jiangnan officials would probably follow them in. For an important position like the Suzhou government, the Ming family had already fed the other party full. Xia Qifei was going to enter to fight a family property lawsuit. The Suzhou Zhizhou had to consider the problem from the standpoint of Ming Qingda and the old matriarch, but, behind Xia Qifei was the imperial envoy and not someone the Zhizhou dared to offend. The advisor's face was also full of fear. He anxiously paced around on the ground. Suddenly, he stopped and closed the paper fan in his hand with a snap. "Sir, it's time to be an honest and upright official," the advisor said through gritted teeth, his eyebrows scrunched up into an ugly circle. The Suzhou Zhizhou panicked and said angrily, "What nonsense is this? Have I not always been an upright official?" After saying this, he thought of something. The Zhizhou suddenly became discouraged and said, "This is the Ming family's business. It is not good for me to stay out of it. After all, in the past, it was because of the old matriarch that I was able to sit in this position." The advisor knew that the old master had misunderstood his meaning and quickly went forward to say a few words. He lowered his voice and explained, "Old master, have you seen anyone from the Ming family say anything these 2 days?" The Suzhou Zhizhou paused. He thought for a moment and then said strangely, "Yes, the Ming family has never sent anyone to communicate with me." The advisor smiled sinisterly and said, "It looks like the Ming family has a card up their sleeve. They know that no matter how this case is fought and what Xia Qifei has in his hands, the Ming family's enormous family property will still only belong to the old Ming master. Since the Ming family is not worried, naturally they have the confidence to win. Why worry for them?" The Suzhou Zhizhou lowered his head slightly and asked in a very low voice, "Then, according to you, what should I do?" This advisor specialized in criminal names and was extremely familiar with Qing law. With a swish, he opened his fan and proudly said, "Regardless of whether or not Xia Qifei can find the old man from back then and prove his past, Even if he is truly the seventh son of the Ming family, according to Qing law, he will not have a share in this family property. Since you don't want to offend either side, and the Ming family is currently protected by Qing law, then what are you worried about? Today, you only need to report it to the public and judge the case according to Qing law. Presumably, the imperial envoy will not be able to blame you. Who knew how many pairs of eyes were watching this case that had shocked Jiangnan? The Suzhou Zhizhou furrowed his brows and thought for a long time. He felt that this was the only way. Reporting the case to the public and deciding according to the law, he could not offend Fan Xian, and he could silently watch the Ming family succeed. He could also erect an official's reputation. It seemed to be a three-way win situation. Thinking of this, the Zhizhou finally relaxed and let out a long breath. So it is like this. Not moving is moving. At this moment, the broken drum outside the yamen began to beat. The Zhizhou furrowed his brows and cursed, "This Xia water bandit is truly impatient." Although he said this, he did not dare slight it. He tidied up his official robes, piled on a kind smile within his dignity, and walked out of the study toward the court. Arriving at the court, one could only hear a clamor outside the manor. A wave of murderous roars rose up and finally suppressed the clamor of the Suzhou people outside. The Zhizhou narrowed his eyes and looked down the hall. With some surprise, he found that Xia Qifei had come to the hall alone. He had not brought anyone else with him. It looked like the imperial envoy had not sent anyone to help Xia Qifei. "Who is below?" "Commoner Xia Qifei." "What matter do you have to report?" Xia Qifei was silent for a moment. His mind wandered and, for a moment, forgot to reply. He was wearing a pure green cotton robe. The beard on his chin had been shaved cleanly, revealing his green skin. He looked full of valiance and full of vigor. The hands that were exposed outside his sleeves were trembling slightly. It looked like the matter today was indeed of great significance to the seventh young master of the Ming dynasty. The Zhizhou glanced at him with some disgust. He felt that this person standing proudly in the court was a significant challenge to his authority. Furthermore, he dared to not kneel in front of his face. He was just about to fly into a rage when he found his sleeve being tugged on by the advisor. The advisor said in a quiet voice, Fan, don't worry about small matters." The Zhizhou was startled and thought about it. What was the point in bothering about such small matters? At this moment, Xia Qifei finally opened his mouth in a heavy voice. He raised his hands and said in a clear voice, "Commoner Xia Qifei, surnamed Ming, given name Qingqing. I am the seventh son of the old Ming master of the Suzhou Ming family. Ever since I was a child, I was chased out of the family by a fierce woman and have wandered from place to place until now. I have lost my parents and lost my home. Today, I have no choice but to enter the court to sue the old Ming matriarch of the Suzhou Ming family and the head of the eldest branch, Ming Qingda, for colluding with bandits, harming lives, and stealing my family's property. I ask the just and upright old master to seek justice for this commoner." With these words, the entire courtyard burst into an uproar. Everyone knew that Xia Qifei had come to steal the family property, but no one had thought that the moment he opened his mouth, he would directly point out that the old Ming matriarch and Ming Qingda had once tried to harm people's lives. Each word struck the heart. Furthermore, in his words, he used fierce women and bandits without leaving any leeway. The commoners outside the yamen began to clamor. In their hearts, the old Ming matriarch was a kind old woman who had done countless good deeds over the years. How could she have anything to do with a fierce woman? In reality, these people had faintly guessed that the strange disappearance of the seventh young master of the Ming family back then probably had something to do with the old Ming matriarch and the present master of the Ming family, Ming Qingda. However, people were always willing to believe things they believed and things they had already convinced themselves of. Thus, they all responded to Ming Qingda's accusation with boos. The Suzhou Zhizhou also furrowed his brows and said with disgust, "This is a serious matter. Words cannot be careful. Where is the petition?" Xia Qifei took out the petition from his clothes and handed it with both hands to the advisor in the lower court to pass on. After the advisor handed the petition to the Zhizhou, the two of them gathered together to read it. They felt a great shock in their hearts. This petition was beautifully written and incisive. Each word pointed directly at the old Ming matriarch. Furthermore, it cleverly avoided the rules of Qing law in this area. It only focused on the old Ming master's will. As for Xia Qifei's pitiful wandering life these years, it did not spare the pen and ink. It moved everyone who saw it. The Zhizhou was moved, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. He narrowed his eyes and thought that this kind of writing was good for a story, but it was useless for a lawsuit. He slammed down on the gavel and shouted in a stern voice, "Xia Qifei, do you have proof to present?" Xia Qifei said with a calm expression, "The Ming family has not arrived. Why are you so anxious?" Looking at Xia Qifei's calm and confident expression, the Zhizhou furrowed his brows and thought to himself, did the other party actually have some fatal weapon in his hands? He thought for a moment and discussed it with the advisor. He then sent someone to invite the Ming family to come forward to answer the lawsuit. According to the notes on the side of the Qing law, such a civil lawsuit did not require the defendant to come forward to answer. However, the matter being fought today was too big. The powers behind both sides were too powerful, and the influence in the Jiangnan area was too great. The Suzhou Zhizhou did not dare to be too careless. In any case, he knew the Ming family would not stay out of it, so he sent someone to invite them. As expected, the moment the bailiffs left, the Ming family followed in. It looked like the Ming family had long prepared someone to answer the lawsuit and were just waiting for this sure-win battle. Seeing the newcomer, the Suzhou Zhizhou furrowed his brows and said in a cold voice, "Who are you?" The elegant young master smiled slightly and bowed. "I, Ming Launcher, pay my respects to you, sir." This young master of the Ming family knew that the Suzhou Zhizhou was acting right now. He wanted to play the role of an upright and plain-spoken person in front of the people, which was why his words were so cold. Usually, this Zhizhou was much more friendly in front of him. However, after the Ming family's analysis these few days, they had determined that this property lawsuit was a sure-win situation. Thus, Ming Launcher understood the Suzhou Zhizhou's thoughts and did not mind. The Suzhou Zhizhou said, "The old Ming master has been unwell recently. As the eldest grandson of the eldest branch, it is reasonable for you to answer this matter. Someone, bring the complaint paper to Ming Launcher to take a look." The advisor took the complaint paper away. Unexpectedly, Ming Launcher did not accept it. On the contrary, he smiled slightly and bowed. "Sir, the Ming family is not an evil person who likes litigation, so we do not understand the entanglement in this matter. Thus, we have invited a litigation master to help us." After he said this, he glanced to the side. The so-called evil person who likes litigation was naturally directed at Xia Qifei, who was standing to the side. Xia Qifei did not have any reaction. He also did not glance at his nephew. Following Ming Launcher's words, a person flashed in from behind and accepted the complaint paper the advisor handed over with both hands. He smiled ingratiatingly. When the Suzhou Zhizhou and advisor saw this person, their slightly worried hearts immediately relaxed. This litigation master was Chen Buchang. He was the most famous litigation master in the Jiangnan area, or perhaps the most infamous litigation master. He was on good terms with the provincial government. When he fought a lawsuit, he could always turn black into white, the dead into alive, and a man into a woman. He had a glib tongue and walked the world with Qing law in his hands. He had never lost. The Ming family had brought out this Qinbuqiang. They also had the protection of the Qing law regarding the inheritance of the eldest son. There was no way they would lose this property lawsuit. Qinbuqiang held Xia Qifei's complaint paper and looked at it closely. Involuntarily, a cold and disdainful smile appeared at the corners of his lips. He looked down on the other party and even the imperial envoy behind him. He cleared his throat and smiled frivolously. What a moving story, only, I don't know, what does Leader Xiao's story have to do with the Ming family? This litigation master called Xia Qifei Leader Xia because he wanted to influence public opinion and let the people listening remember that this Xia Qifei was the leader of the underworld who killed people like flies on rivers and lakes. Xia Qifei's face was expressionless. It is all about the story of the Ming family these 20 years. What do you think it has to do with the Ming family? Qinbuqiang suddenly laughed coldly and mockingly said, Sir Xia is truly laughable. If you say it is the Ming family story, then it is the Ming family story. If you say you are the seventh master of the Ming family, then it is the seventh master of the Ming family. He raised his hands to the Suzhou Zhizhou in the court and smiled. Sir, this case is too absurd. There is truly no need to continue. The Suzhou Zhizhou faked a frown and said, Why are you speaking so rashly? Qinbuqiang smiled and said, There is no evidence at all, yet you call yourself the seventh son of the Ming family. Sir, if there is another person calling himself the seventh son of the Ming family, then what? Everyone in Jiangnan knows that the old master of the Ming family had 7 sons and 4 daughters. The 7th son was born to a concubine. He was ill and weak at a young age. Over a decade ago, he unfortunately contracted a disease and died. How could there be another 7th son of the Ming family now? If we allow someone to call themselves a descendant of the Ming family to go to court, slander the Ming family's reputation, and slander the old Ming matriarch and master's pure name, where is the justice in this world? He looked at Xia Qifei and smiled slightly. Of course, now everyone knows that Leader Xia is also not a normal person. However, I am very curious. After the palace treasury bidding, Leader Xia made such a preposterous move. I wonder, why exactly? Is there some sinister motive behind it that cannot be revealed to others? This most famous litigator in Jiangnan completely felt that the case today was too unchallenging, so he attacked fiercely from the get-go. He made a great deal of criticism. Gazing at Xia Qifei, he shook his head and said, If you don't have evidence, then don't randomly file a lawsuit. If you don't have witnesses, then don't randomly accuse others. Leader Xia, today you have disgraced the Ming family's reputation. In a moment, I will definitely charge you with the crime of false accusation. The people who had personally witnessed the old Ming matriarch killing Xia Qifei's mother and chasing Xia Qifei away had long been silenced in these dozen years. It was impossible for Xia Qifei to have any evidence or witnesses on hand, so the Ming family was very confident. It was at this moment that a slippery and lazy voice that made one's skin crawl came from outside the Suzhou Yamen. Who says you can't go to court without evidence? Who says you can't sue for murder without witnesses? In the first year of the Qing calendar, the case of a concubine killing her husband in Dingzhou. The wife reported it without evidence. Later, a saber was found in the stables, and the case was solved. The Ministry of Justice's Spring Scroll, File 137, is an example of the king of the Song dynasty in Nanyue. It clearly states that civil cases are divided into 3 classes. If it involves a dispute of 10,000 coins or more, it will not be punished. There is no need for complete evidence. The Ming family's wealth is more than 10,000 coins. With 2 previous cases, why can't this case be fought? For things like evidence, after it is reported, the government will naturally investigate the scene and search for evidence. Why are you in such a rush, litigator? Besides, who says Sir Xia doesn't have evidence? The person who walked in from outside the yamen wore scholarly robes and held a golden fan in his hand. He was incomparably ostentatious and arrogant. A string of words, citing cases, and using the records of the Ministry of Justice, although it was a bit unreasonable, it successfully suppressed the Ming family's overbearing aura and drew everyone's gaze to him. The Suzhou Zhizhou stroked his beard angrily and said, "Who are you? You dare to come to court without being summoned. Men, beat him up." The man wearing scholarly robes stuck his alloy fan behind him and raised his hands in a respectful bow toward the court. "Sir, you cannot beat him." After saying this, he took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and waved it in the air. With a cheeky smile, he said, "I am like Sir Chen Buchang, also a litigation master. However, I am a litigation master hired by Sir Xia Qifei. I have come late. Please forgive me and allow me to stand in court with my body intact and speak to the Ming family. This case has not even been tried, yet you have knocked out a litigation master on one side. If this matter gets out, I'm afraid it will damage your reputation." Everyone paused. Only now did they realize that the person who had come was Xia Qifei's litigation master. Xia Qifei smiled bitterly and thought to himself, why did the imperial envoy send him such a troublemaker? The Suzhou Zhizhou choked on the words of this litigation master. He was very angry, but he didn't actually hit him. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to the imperial envoy. For a moment, he couldn't speak. He couldn't speak, but Chen Buchang's eyes lit up. Staring at the litigation master with the golden fan on his back, he felt that he had finally met an opponent with a sharp tongue. Feeling slightly excited, he also stuck his fan behind him and opened his mouth to say, "The two cases you mentioned earlier are special cases, particularly the spring file of the Ministry of Justice. It is only for the reference of the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice in the capital. It has never involved the judgment of a local case." The person shook his head and said, "Not so. In the 4th year of Daxing, the previous Prime Minister, Lin Ruofu, who was then the judge in Suzhou, used this spring file to judge a property case. How can it not be involved?" Chen Buchang's heart tightened. He had no impression of the case the other person was talking about. Either the other person was talking nonsense, or the other person's familiarity with Qing law and precedent was far above his own. He only heard the person continue to smile slightly and say, "Brother Buchang, don't say things like Qing law does not follow precedent. Whether or not precedent is used is not restricted by the Qing law. It is all up to the thoughts of the chief official." He raised his hand in an ingratiating bow toward the Suzhou Zhizhou, but the Suzhou Zhizhou was cursing in his heart. He knew that the words, "up to the thoughts of the chief official," had forced him to Dong Mountain. He had no choice but to make this property case. Who exactly was this litigation master? Chen Buchang and Ming Launcher met each other's eyes. They both felt it was strange. Where did such a shameless litigation master come from in Jiangnan? The Suzhou Zhizhou finally couldn't resist asking, "Dare I ask, what exactly is this sir's name?" Xia Qifei also looked at his litigation master. He raised his hands and smiled. "I am Song Shiren. I am a member of the Jingdou Litigation Masters Guild. The Ministry of Justice has specially granted permission to move files. Today, I have specially come to Jiangnan to have the honor of participating in the largest property case in history." Song Shiren. The Suzhou Zhizhou immediately had thoughts of escaping. Ming Launcher also felt his mouth go dry, and Chen Buchang's eyes were wide. What kind of person was Song Shiren? He was the most famous litigation master in Jingdou, or perhaps the most famous litigation master in the entire Qin kingdom. Chen Buchang's reputation was only in Jiangnan, but this Song Shiren was famous throughout the world for being clever, crafty, and difficult to provoke. From the beginning of his career, he had relied on the study of Qing law from a young age to make countless officials lose face and countless victims cry wretchedly. Even the people of Suzhou had heard of Song Shuren's infamous name. Hearing him announce his name, a commotion broke out outside the yamen. Everyone knew that today's show was going to be even better. Ming Launcher glanced worriedly at Chen Buchang. After a moment of panic, Chen Buchang recovered his calm. Narrowing his eyes, a powerful fighting spirit suddenly exploded from his body. With a cold smile, he said, "Young master, don't worry. I have never lost a lawsuit, but Song Shuren has lost before." However, Chen Buchang seemed to have forgotten an important point. The only lawsuit Song Shuren had lost in his life was the case of the illegitimate son of the Count of Nan beating Guo Baoquan with a black fist. Song Shuren had only lost to Fan Xian once. Since they were going to fight a family property lawsuit, the first thing they had to confirm was Xia Qifei's true identity and whether or not he was the seventh son of the old Ming master. Regarding this point, Chen Buchang's position was very stable. If the other party could not prove this matter, he would not bother to argue about anything else. Only in this way could they not give the infamous Song Shuren an opportunity to seize a loophole on their side. The Suzhou Zhizhou also furrowed his brows and asked Xia Qifei's side to provide concrete evidence to prove his identity. Song Shuren was no longer as relaxed as before. Shaking his head at Xia Qifei, he called out the first witness on his side. This witness was a midwife. She was already very old and even walked shakily. She walked to the front of the court and gasped for breath as she confirmed that she had helped the old Ming master's concubine give birth. The newborn baby had a green birthmark on the back of his waist. Xia Qifei took off his clothes in court. There was indeed a green mark on the back of his waist. Chen Buchang furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth. In a low voice, he said to Ming Launcher, "Why didn't you say this yesterday?" Ming Launcher's teeth made a crunching sound and he said in a low voice with great anger, "This midwife is fake. The one from back then died of illness 2 years ago." Chen Buchang sighed sorrowfully. Even if they knew the midwife was fake, how could they prove it? The midwife looked confused, but in the questions and answers earlier, she had clearly remembered the location of the Ming garden. The old Ming master's appearance, the concubine's clothing, and the rooms were all correct. In the eyes of a bystander, this midwife could not be any more real. Damn, the Overwatch Council was indeed skilled at falsifying. On the last day of 2007, I am slightly moved, but mostly happy. I hope everyone can sweep away the bad things of the past, such as me often making mistakes and writing methane as a disgraceful thing. Believe me, it is a typo. Please remember those beautiful and happy memories, such as how I am bright and pure. Tomorrow is a new year. I wish everyone good health, good luck in everything, and a long life for the elders in your families. Chapter 375. Naturally, the Ming family would not be thrown into confusion by a midwife who came out of nowhere. Chen Buchang was also an eloquent person. Grabbing the birthmark and the midwife's age, the evidence could not be completely trusted, he attacked fiercely. In any case, they could not just admit to it. With Xia Qifei's past, it would not be enough if there was only this false evidence. Furthermore, the Suzhou government's Zhizhou and Jiangnan road officials were all on the Ming family's side. Song Shuren flew into a rage. He thought to himself that the Jiangnan people were indeed unruly people. He had worked so hard to design this midwife, yet the other party refused to admit it. However, looking at the Suzhou Zhizhou's expression and words, Song Shuren knew that the matter involved the Ming family's property. His side's evidence was indeed a bit weak and not very persuasive. However, Song Shuren was full of confidence. He had discovered the Suzhou government's secret bias and was not willing to accept his argument. Inevitably, he used his own annoying sharp tongue to wantonly belittle the Ming family. He also secretly stabbed the Suzhou government a few times. His words were filled with mockery and sarcasm. In any case, he was a famous person in Jingdo and didn't care about the methods of the Jiangnan nobles. Relying on Sir Fan Jr.'s support, he was very daring. The Suzhou Zhizhou sitting with Ming Launcher and Chen Buchang was not in a rush. He watched with a smile as this world-famous litigator performed and listened to the saliva flying around the court. Although he hated this bastard in his heart, he forcefully suppressed it. Sir Song, if you want to prove that Xia Qifei was the seventh son of the old Ming master, do you have any other evidence? The Suzhou Zhizhou clenched his fist in his sleeve and asked with furrowed brows. Sir, the midwife earlier clearly remembered it clearly. Why can it not be used as evidence? Song Shuren's feet were uncrossed and he stood in the court like an ace. Ah, Brother Song's words are not appropriate. Chen Buchang bowed to the side. That old woman's movements are already difficult, and her cheeks are weak. She is already a person about to die. This old and muddle-headed person, how can her words be accurate? Furthermore, she does remember the Ming family's layout clearly, but who knows if someone with ulterior motives told her what happened back then, and then had her remember and come to frame us. Song Shuren narrowed his eyes and said, what a shameless frame. Chen Buchang was slightly angered. He thought to himself, you guys can even do such a shameless thing, but can't I even say it? Song Shuren couldn't be bothered to deal with him anymore. He directly asked the people in the hall, Sir, do you also say the same thing? The commoners outside the hall had already mostly believed in Xia Qifei's past. After all, the midwife's acting skills were truly exquisite. The surrounding crowd could see that the Suzhou Zhizhou and the Ming family were probably going to deny it to the death. Some of the more lively ones began to cheer. However, most people were still silent. After all, in their hearts, they were still partial to the Ming family. In particular, Xia Qifei seemed to have a power from Jingdo behind him. The Jiangnan people were very opposed to this kind of situation. The Suzhou Zhizhou's old face blushed slightly. He knew that it was not appropriate to deny the midwife's confession to the death. Looking at Ming Launcher's gaze, he knew he could only continue like this. He cleared his throat and said, that midwife is indeed old and muddle-headed. The right to accept the truth is still in my hands. If it was a common case, then it would not be inappropriate for Sir Song to say it. However, Sir mentioned earlier that the Ministry of Justice is classified as third class. This matter of the Ming family property is, without question, a first-class case. If there is no more detailed and reliable evidence, I truly cannot judge the case. Song Shuren had been waiting for these words. He furrowed his brows slightly and pretended to be disappointed. In a sharp voice, he said, Sir, this won't do. The matter has been so long ago, where can we find other evidence? I have already found a witness. If you say it won't do, then what kind of evidence do you need? The Suzhou Zhizhou's heart was slightly happy. No matter how arrogant and famous Song Shuren was, in court, he would still be needed like dough by us officials. No matter what kind of witness he brought up, I would always find a way to not accept it. Hearing Song Shuren's panicked question, he unconsciously said, witness and material evidence are both present before the case can be decided. Song Shuren did not wait for him to continue. His lips parted and words shot out like a cannon, Sir. Who will judge the case? Naturally, it will be me, since it is you who will judge the case. Dare I ask what is material evidence? Song Shuren was overbearing and did not give the Suzhou Zhizhou any more time to react. The Suzhou Zhizhou was slightly startled and hesitated to speak. Song Shuren raised his hands in a salute and stared straight into the other's eyes. Just what is material evidence? The Suzhou Zhizhou jumped in fright at his imposing manner. It was as if he had returned to many years ago when he was taking the law exam. He unconsciously replied, traces, murder weapon, documentary evidence, documentary evidence. Good. Song Shuren's eyes narrowed into crescents. He gave a great compliment and said, "Sir is wise." The Suzhou Zhizhou was startled again. He had no idea where he was wise. Hesitantly, he opened his mouth and asked, "Sir Song." Song Shuren still did not give him a chance to finish his sentence. In a rush, he asked, "Sir, if there is documentary evidence, can it be used as proof?" "Naturally, it can," Song Shuren once again cut him off. "If there is documentary evidence, you cannot deny it." The Suzhou Zhizhou angrily nodded and said, "What are you saying? I am also someone familiar with Qing law. How can I not know the power of documentary evidence? You, a litigation master, speak too rudely. If you can bring out documentary evidence, naturally, it will be more trustworthy than that midwife earlier." After these words were said, the Suzhou Zhizhou suddenly felt that he had said something wrong. Why did he suddenly become so talkative? He unconsciously looked down the hall and saw Ming Launcher and Chen Buchang's shock and a glimmer of disappointment. The litigation master called Song Shuren had a pleased and evil smile on his face. Song Shuren repeatedly cut off the Suzhou Zhizhou's words and completely blocked the response he had thought of. In the end, he suddenly gave an opening. After a few provocations, he had the Zhizhou follow his intentions and confirm the importance of documentary evidence in front of everyone before he presented his evidence. This was to prevent the shameless scene of him not admitting it again later. In fact, this was just a very superficial psychological and verbal skill in debating. It was like dangling a sausage in front of a dog, but refusing to let it take a bite. In the end, when you stuffed a banana in front of it, the dog would be overjoyed and eat it all, forgetting that it originally wanted to eat the sausage and not the banana. Chen Buchang found that the Zhizhou had fallen for Song Shuren's trick and sighed to himself. Earlier, he didn't have a chance to interrupt because Song Shuren spoke too quickly. Furthermore, his arrogant and shameless tone was indeed easy to anger. He and Ming Launcher met each other's eyes and shook their heads helplessly. They felt a glimmer of confusion in their hearts. Just what kind of documentary evidence did he have in his hands that could prove Xia Qifei's past? The Suzhou Zhizhou knew he had been played by Song Shuren. Looking at that person's hateful smiling face, he wanted to order someone to beat him up. However, he could not do so now. He could only ask in a heavy voice, "Since you have documentary evidence, why didn't you present it earlier?" Song Shuren bowed respectfully and said, "I will present it now." The Zhizhou smiled coldly and said, "If your documentary evidence has no effect, don't blame me for closing the case." Song Shuren smiled darkly and said, "Sir, don't worry. Although this documentary evidence is old, it is a dead object. It will not go senile, don't worry, sir." The Suzhou Zhizhou choked unhappily. Song Shuren moved closer to Xia Qifei's ear and said something. Xia Qifei furrowed his brows slightly as if he had not thought he would have to take out that thing so quickly. It looked like proving his past was indeed a very difficult matter. He took out the little box from his clothes and carefully handed it to the advisor. His eyes kept staring at the advisor's hand holding the box as if he was afraid someone would take the box away in broad daylight. Looking at Xia Qifei's cautious expression, Chen Buchang furrowed his brows and moved closer to Ming Launcher's ear to ask, "Young master, can you guess what it is?" Ming Launcher's expression was slightly confused. Suzhou was not like Jingdou. There was no such thing as birth papers. What exactly was this documentary evidence? At this time, the Suzhou Zhizhou had already opened the box. He and the advisor scanned it together and their expressions immediately changed. Ming Launcher and Chen Buchang were startled. The Suzhou Zhizhou swept a complicated gaze over Ming Launcher. Song Shuren's face was full of smiles. He was incomparably calm, but he raised his voice an octave and said in a clear voice, "This documentary evidence is the will the old Ming master personally wrote. The will clearly states that all of the Ming family property will be left to the seventh son, Ming Qingqing. This will has always been kept in Sir Xiao's hands. This is enough to prove that Sir Xiao is the seventh son of the Ming family. Without waiting for everyone to wake from their shock, Song Shiren changed the topic and rushed to patch it up. Gazing at the Suzhou Zhizhou, he smiled coldly and said, "Of course, some stubborn and stupid people can say that Sir Xia accidentally picked up this will and came to pretend to be a descendant of the Ming family. However, with the midwife in front and the documentary evidence in the back, if there is still someone who dares to frame him so openly, the eyes of the people are not blind, and it's not like they don't have brains. Who among the officials of the Qin court and the people of Jiangnan would believe it? The will of the old Ming master." The wind in the court changed abruptly. The people watching outside the yamen clamored. In the court, Ming Lansher and Chen Buchang seemed to have been struck by lightning and stood dumbly. Ming Lansher's face was full of shock as he muttered to himself, "Impossible, when did grandfather write a will? This must be fake." Song Shiren looked at the young master of the Ming family from the side and smiled insincerely. As expected, someone didn't even look at it and already said it was fake. Is young Master Ming an immortal? Ming Lansher was still in a state of shock. Hearing Song Shiren's words, he angrily waved his sleeve and said, "This will must be fake." Hearing his words, Song Shiren felt proud in his heart. He knew that the situation he was most worried about had not happened. He had put in a timely patch. If the other party did not struggle with the authenticity of the will and did as he said earlier and insisted that Xia Qifei had picked up this will and was now pretending to be the seventh young master of the Ming family to steal the family property, that would have been the most difficult to deal with. If the other party continued to be shameless to the end, he would truly have no way of dealing with it. Now, the young master of the Ming family, in his shock, only cared about whether the will was real or fake and did not accuse Xia Qifei of picking up the will to pretend to be him. Thus, as long as he could prove that the will was real, then the fact that Xia Qifei was the seventh young master of the Ming family could be confirmed. Song Shiren gently let out a breath. It looked like he was fooling around in court, but every word he said and the order of his plan had been carefully thought out. Only by doing this could he lead this difficult situation in the direction he wanted it to go. The best litigation master in the Qin kingdom indeed lived up to his reputation. The Suzhou Zhizhou's face was ashen. He waved his hand for the litigation masters on both sides to come closer to the table and said, "The written evidence is here, but we don't know if it is real or fake." It was destined that Song Shiren would not let this Zhizhou be happy today. He cut him off and said, "Sir, whether it is real or fake, we will know once we examine it." "What do you mean we don't know?" Chen Buchang was, after all, a famous litigation master in Jiangnan. He had long shaken off his earlier shock and knew that Song Shiren was using the tactic of beating the grass to scare the snake. He smiled slightly and said, "Sir, since the other party says this is the will of the old Ming master, then it must be examined. At this moment, the young master of the Ming family is present. Why not have him come and take a look?" He turned to Song Shiren and warmly said, "Sir Song, you don't have any objections, right? As long as the young master doesn't go crazy and swallow the will, what harm is there in looking?" Song Shiren narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Brother Chen's ability to remain calm is indeed impressive. Likewise, Chen Buchang replied with a slight smile. The Suzhou Zhizhou did not understand what these two litigation masters were praising each other about. Only Song Shiren and Chen Buchang knew that since it was a family property lawsuit, proving Xia Qifei's identity was only a primer. The most important part was where that enormous family property belonged. Even if the will that Xia Qifei took out was real, according to Qin law, the Ming family could still stand in an invincible position. Thus, Chen Buchang was not panicked, but Song Shiren was not happy. They both knew that the long road was still ahead. At this time, Ming Launcher had already walked over and was examining the will on the table with an uneasy expression. In the Ming garden, there were still many of the old Ming master's handwriting. The descendants of the Ming family read them every day and had long memorized them. Thus, when Ming Launcher saw the thin and dry handwriting on the will, he knew it was indeed written by his grandfather. And the paper used for the will was indeed the old Ming master's favorite Qingzhou paper. Ming Launcher's expression was slightly frightened. He bowed to the Zhizhou and retreated. Chen Buchang moved closer to his ear and said in a quiet voice, "Is it real or fake?" Ming Launcher furrowed his brows and said, "I'm afraid, it is real." However, this young Master Ming had, after all, started to help the family take care of business these years. His will had been tempered to be firm and resolute. However, in an instant, he felt a glimmer of strangeness. He then thought of some of the secrets his father had once revealed. His expression became strange. Lowering his voice, he said, "No, this is fake." Chen Buchang said with a strange expression, "Oh. How do you judge?" Ming Launcher gritted his teeth and said darkly, "My family's old ancestors' methods. If she wanted to act back then, why would she have left behind a will?" Chen Buchang was startled. He knew that the other party was talking about the old Ming matriarch. Thinking about it, it was indeed so. If the old Ming matriarch had wanted to take the family property, kill people, and expel the family, the first thing she would have done would have been to deal with the matter of the will. Logically speaking, this will could not have been left in this world. Then this will. He furrowed his brows. Ming Launcher said gloomily, "Just like that midwife, it's probably a fake made by the Overwatch Council." Only now did the Ming family realize with shock how much effort the Overwatch Council behind Xia Qifei had put into this matter. That perfectly forged will could not have been made so meticulously without a few months of time. Just the age of the paper and the choice of material were all complicated matters. This kind of Qingzhou paper had already stopped production 10 years ago. Who knew the Overwatch Council would still be able to find it? Furthermore, the methods the Overwatch Council used were powerful enough. The lawsuit method they used was shameless to the extreme. They had been faking it all the way to the end. Was there still justice in this world? Ming Launcher thought sorrowfully. He couldn't help but think of a person. That young and delicate imperial envoy seemed to be standing somewhere, looking at him with a warm smile on his face. His lips were slightly parted, as if he was about to eat a feast. Behind the scenes, Sir Fan Jr. was in charge. Since the will had appeared, it had to be checked for authenticity. The Suzhou government had already sent people to the Ming garden to compare the handwriting with the old Ming master's handwriting. At the same time, according to Song Shuren's seemingly fair opinion, they had gone to the Palace Treasury Transport Company to retrieve the signature of the bidding document from that year. At the same time, they had invited the officials of the Suzhou branch of the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council to come and check the age of the will and the paper used. Everyone knew that the Overwatch Council was best at doing this kind of work. Since they were good at making fakes, they were also good at discerning fakes. However, it was a fake the Overwatch Council had made. Asking the Overwatch Council to come and check it was like asking a wolf to solve the missing sheep case. The Suzhou Zhizhou cursed loudly in his heart, but he didn't dare speak badly of the Overwatch Council in front of everyone. He could only agree to this suggestion. At the same time, he had other thoughts. He sent someone else to invite the patrolling imperial censor and the Jiangnan governor's manor to invite the powerful criminal teacher to judge the authenticity of the will. Because of the appearance of the will, the Suzhou government's investigation temporarily came to a halt. Checking wills always took time, so the surrounding commoners quickly went to the tea shops to buy tea and cakes. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they rushed back to watch the show. However, when those people came back, they found that the best spots had already been taken by the hungry spectators. They could only curse quietly, but they couldn't take it back. The Ming family had long sent over a box of food. Ming Launcher ate without tasting it. Chen Buchang said something by his ear, and only then did Ming Launcher's spirits improve. On the other side, Hua Garden did not hide anything and brought over a box of food for Xia Qifei. There were very few people there. Only Song Shiren and Xia Qifei were eating. Song Shiren glanced at the Ming family and quietly said to Xia Qifei, "Once the will appears, Master Xia's past will be made clear." The excitement in Xia Qifei's eyes was immediately hidden. He gratefully said, "Thank you for your trouble, sir." However, Song Shiren said seriously, "Confirming Master Xia's past as a descendant of the Ming family does not mean you can take back what belongs to you." Xia Qifei understood what he meant. Song Shiren sighed and said, "The Qing laws are strict and follow scriptures. In the Qing laws, the rules regarding inheritance of family property are too rigid. The other party is the eldest son of the eldest branch and has an absolute advantage. Even if you have the will of the old Ming master in your hands, it is impossible for the government to award the Ming family property to you. Furthermore, these Jiangnan road officials, looking at it, they all listen to the Ming family." Xia Qifei nodded slightly and said with a determined expression, "If I can clear my name today, it will be an unexpected joy. As for the matter of the family property, everything will be as you say. Sir has also said that this matter cannot be rushed. As long as the will is confirmed, it is fine not to fight this case." Song Shiren smiled slightly and shook his head. "We have to continue fighting. Even if we know we cannot win in the end, we still have to continue fighting. We have to beat the Ming family until they are badly battered and powerless to respond. We have to drag out the Ming family and embarrass them. I have this ability." This litigation master spoke easily and confidently, but in reality, he had a bellyful of complaints. He had been summoned all the way to Jiangnan by that Sir Fan Jr. Who knew that he was going to fight a case that he was certain to lose? Furthermore, Fan Xian had ordered him to drag out the process of this lawsuit as long as possible. In this life, Song Shiren had only lost to Fan Xian once in court. Now, he was going to lose a second time because of Fan Xian. When he thought of it, he was full of resentment. But there was nothing he could do. Who asked him to vote for Sir Fan Jr.? Who asked him to be generous? In the afternoon, a joint inspection team consisting of officials from the Overwatch Council, Suzhou Government, Imperial Censorate, and the Jiangnan Governor's Manors Criminal Division studied the yellowed paper for a long time. First, it was to compare the handwriting and signature. The old Ming master's thin and withered handwriting was extremely difficult to imitate. Furthermore, his personal writing habits, such as the fact that he would drag at the end of his writing, all of this was fully displayed in this will. Furthermore, the paper used was indeed Qingzhou paper that had long stopped production. The advisor of the Ministry of Justice determined from the degree of yellowing and the degree of dampness that the time the will was written was very close to the year Xia Qifei claimed. The tone and use of words in the will were also completely in harmony with when the old Ming master was alive. Most importantly, after the seal was compared to the old Ming master's seal that Ming Garden had brought, it was not the slightest bit different. However, it was this lack of difference that made the experienced old official in the Jiangnan governor's manor feel a glimmer of strangeness. A will had been stored for a dozen years. The color of the seal was indeed old and faint, but the fine threads were still not the slightest bit different from the current seal. This was too strange. However, this old official also understood that this matter was very complicated. Furthermore, this point could not be considered suspicious, so he did not pay too much attention to it. As for the officials of the Suzhou government and Imperial Censorate, they wholeheartedly wanted to prove that this will was fake. In the end, they even used a large piece of glass that was a specialty of the palace treasury, but still could not find a single flaw. After the officials discussed it for a while, they came to a consensus. The Suzhou Zhizhou had no choice but to announce in the court that the will was real. Naturally, Xia Qifei was also the seventh young master of the Ming family who should have died a long time ago, Ming Qingqing. On the first day of 2008, I was going to write something but decided against it after thinking about it. I won't say too much nonsense. I just wish everyone a happy new year and live happily. Casting more monthly votes is good for the body and mind. Haha, last month, I was fourth in the monthly votes. It has nothing to do with my ability to pull votes. Everyone knows that my ability in this area is very poor. It was all because everyone gave me face and gave me an extra 3,000 yuan as a bonus to buy a new mobile phone, a Nokia 6300, a subpar product. I also had to buy a Sony Ericsson 608C for my mother because it has handwriting so she can learn to send text messages. Oh, the happy 3,000 yuan is all from everyone, my sincere thanks. Last night, I drank 3 bottles of beer and fainted for a long time. Today, I woke up late. This shows that I'm already old. During the spring festival in February, I might have to ask everyone for some time off because I have to go back to my hometown to warm my uncle's grave. I also have to go back to the village. The mountain roads are difficult, so I'm afraid I won't be able to work during those days. I'll say this in advance, asking for leave awaits approval. Happy New Year, enough nonsense. I said less nonsense, but still so much nonsense. Of course, this paragraph doesn't count. I wish everyone a happy new year, sincerely. To be continued. If you want to know what happened after, please go to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 376. I always feel that something is missing in my life. On the last day of March in Jiangnan, the spring rain silently fell on the pavilion in Hua Garden, gently like the gentle ripples of lovers looking at each other. Below the pavilion, a man and woman were lying on 2 comfortable chairs and talking. Haitang glanced at Fan Xian and shook her head. This life of yours can be said to be complete. What regrets do you have? Fan Xian thought carefully about his past in this life. It could indeed be said to be high-spirited and reckless. He had money, power, and people. He had all the pleasures that others could have. He could also have the pleasures that others could not. For some reason, he was very dissatisfied. He knew very well how a person should live their life. But, when he really lived like this, the unknown desire in his heart grew stronger and stronger. It had nothing to do with ideals and illusory things. With a pained expression, he said, there was once an emperor. When he was old and muddle-headed, he thought back to the past and said that he had 10 great martial arts and could be called a perfect old man. Of course, when this emperor was young, he was also a muddle-headed ghost. He was an emperor, and he was much more arrogant than me. But, I don't want to be a muddle-headed ghost. I don't think there is such a thing as perfect in this world. Do you want to be emperor? Haitang asked with a not quite there smile. She asked a question that everyone around Fan Xian, even Wang Qinian, the most trusted of trusted aides, did not dare to ask. Haitang felt that Fan Xian was truly a wonderful person. Hearing a northern Qi person like her ask such a treasonous question, he did not hide it at all. On the contrary, he sank directly into deep thought. If outsiders saw this, they would certainly think that Fan Xian had already developed thoughts of disloyalty. Being an emperor is too tiring, Fan Xian said with a headache. Fan Xian said with a headache, your emperor, my emperor, although they seem to be living comfortably, it is exhausting. It is truly meaningless. Haitang smiled slightly and said, I think being an imperial envoy is not much easier than being an emperor. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and said, to be an emperor, you have to see tens of thousands of people die in front of you and not have your heart tremble. I truly cannot do this. Haitang said with slight surprise, don't you always think of yourself as ruthless in front of me? I can kill a dozen or 100 people, Fan Xian said seriously. Fan Xian said seriously, if I were to swim in a sea of blood, I don't know if I would have the courage to do so. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. I've told you before. He waved his hand and did not want to continue this boring topic. He lay on the chair and carefully listened to the subtle sound of the spring rain moistening the earth. The pavilion gradually fell into silence. In a moment, an official of the Overwatch Council wearing a robe silently appeared at the entrance to the back of Hua Garden. The rain had soaked through his official robe and made his entire body exude a cold aura. It was Deng Ziyu, who had just come from Jingdou. Haitang smiled and said, it seems like you will continue to be busy and continue your plan to kill fewer people. After saying this, the girl did not wait for Fan Xian's reply. Very naturally, she put her hands into her large pockets. Dragging her feet and swaying her waist, she used the country girl's walk to leave the little pavilion. Fan Xian smiled slightly as he watched Haitang's departing figure. He only saw her gently swaying away in the light rain. The raindrops wet the hair at her temples. It looked like this girl had not used the Jinqi of Tianyi Dao. It was said to be close to nature, so naturally it was so. However, her feet, which were wearing cloth shoes, were not stained by the puddles on the ground. It looked like she had done something. Deng Ziyu saw Haitang leave and then silently entered the pavilion. He opened his mouth and said, just like yesterday, the court is still tangling with the articles of the Qing law. Although Song Shiren is sharp-tongued and has not lost much ground, in reality, there has been no progress. As long as the Suzhou government holds on to the Qing law and does not let go, even with Xia Qifei's will in hand, he will not be able to win this case. Fan Xian nodded his head to indicate that he understood. He then sank deep into thought. Today was the last day of March. The Ming family property case that had shaken Jiangnan had progressed to its fourth day. After experiencing the storm of the first day, the trial of the next few days had sunk into an impasse. Although this was within Fan Xian's expectations, Fan Xian was a bit impatient to have to listen to the reports of his subordinates every day. On the first day of the trial, Song Shiren had cleverly used the will to confirm that Xia Qifei was a descendant of the Ming family. This news immediately spread from the Suzhou government to all of Jiangnan. Now, everyone knew that the seventh young master of the Ming family had come back to life and was fighting over the family property with the eldest branch of the Ming family. However, the Qing law was established in accordance with the spirit of scriptures. The natural right of inheritance of the eldest legitimate son had long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people and was written clearly in the law. The will seemed to have already played its historical role. It was difficult for it to be of much help to Xia Qifei's wishes. If Xia Qifei wanted to take back the Ming family's enormous property, it was the same as overturning a rule that people had followed for thousands of years. This rule was so powerful that it could not be overturned by one person. Not only could Fan Xian not do it, even the Qing emperor was afraid. If he used this case to break the natural right of inheritance of the eldest legitimate son, the effects would be too great. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and suddenly thought of a strange matter. If the influence of the Ming family property case continued to expand to the point of drawing out a great debate that liberated the mind, then what about the natural position of the crown prince in the palace? He sucked in a breath of cold air. This plan had been drawn up by Yan Bingyun and had also been approved by Chen Pingping. That old and far-sighted cripple could not have thought of the consequences of this matter. Could it be that the old cripple had received the emperor's secret instructions to begin to shake the atmosphere of public opinion on the crown prince's natural inheritance? The Jiangnan Ming family matter was very big, but if it affected Jingdou, then the matter would become even bigger. It was to the point that Fan Xian did not want to see this situation. Because of his mother, Fan Xian could not just watch as the crown prince inherited the throne and the empress, who wanted to kill him, became the empress dowager. However, in the current situation, directly provoking the crown prince could cause the crown prince to let go of past grievances and unite with the eldest princess and the second prince. Such an outcome was something Fan Xian did not want to see at the moment. Fan Xian sank into silence. His original order to Song Shiren was to do his best to drag out this case and make this case spectacular. The bigger the impact, the better. Only now did he discover that some of the old cripple's thoughts were hidden behind this matter. He trusted Chen Pingping, but it seemed that Chen Pingping had always wanted to protect him for some reason and had not pointed out many things to him. Fan Xian was a person who was very willing to learn to understand and control the situation. Looks like after the Ming family matter temporarily settles, I will actually have to make a trip to Wuzhou. He sighed and felt more and more that his father arranging for him to go to Wuzhou to see his father-in-law was a wise decision. It looked like his father had long known that he would certainly have some misgivings about the situation in court. Now that he was far away from Jingdou, the only person who could truly help him solve the problem face to face was the Prime Minister. Deng Ziyu could not guess Fan Xian's true worry, but he could see that the commissioner had different thoughts about the Ming family property case. He furrowed his brows and asked, should we have Song Shiren close the case? In any case, Xia Qifei's identity as one of the seventh sons of the Ming family has been confirmed. In a few days, the Overwatch Council will come forward and have him worship his ancestors and return to the family. According to Qing law, the Ming family will have to give him some shares. Although those shares are not very eye-catching, they have reached your earlier goal and allowed him to successfully enter the inner circle of the Ming family. Fan Xian listened to Deng Ziyu's analysis and felt slightly comforted. It did feel good to have a trusted aide at his side. However, he did not reply to his question. Instead, he asked carefully, have the fourth bureau arranged for Xia Qifei? Oh, he should be called Ming Qingqing now. Have Ming Qingqing meet with the fourth of the Ming family. How is this going? Since Xia Qifei was going to be like a thorn in the Ming family's throat, he would have to collude with some of the dissidents within the Ming family. Fan Xian did not have a detailed understanding of the dark and dirty dealings of the rich and powerful families, but in his previous life, he had watched the Hong Kong TVB dramas countless times. Deng Ziyu reported, it has already been arranged. Have Xia Qifei meet with the fourth of the Ming family at the beginning of next month. Fan Xian nodded and only then did he begin to talk about the earlier question. Gently biting his itchy inner lip, he calmly said, still have Song Shiren continue to fight. Keep this case going. The bigger the momentum, the better, even if we can't win, we can't lose. Put pressure on the Suzhou government and don't let them forcefully close the case. Keep fighting until all the gentry and people under heaven are thinking about that problem. Deng Ziyu raised his head and said with slight astonishment, Sir, what problem? Only now did Fan Xian realize that he had let it slip. He smiled and thought for a while. He didn't plan on hiding it from this trusted aide in front of him and said, I want everyone under heaven to start thinking about whether or not the eldest legitimate son should naturally inherit the family property. As the chief of the Qinian unit, Deng Ziyu understood everything about Fan Xian very clearly. Hearing the commissioner's words, he pondered it for a moment and understood the meaning behind it. His face paled in shock and he raised his hands in a salute to dissuade him. Sir, you can't. If the court and palace suspect your intentions, it will not be easy to clean up. Fan Xian lowered his eyelids slightly and said, Ziyu, you seem to have forgotten my identity. My surname is Fan. Don't worry too much. As for suspecting my intentions, I'm afraid the nobles in the palace will suspect that I have overstepped my duty as a teacher. He had already thought it through. In any case, he would have to face the Eastern Palace sooner or later. At this time, he would follow Chen Pingping's intentions and stab the other party. In any case, given his present power and position, as long as it wasn't a rebellion, no one could do anything to him. Furthermore, even if some people thought that he was creating this kind of public opinion for his own future, more people would think that Fan Xian was making arrangements for the third prince. Don't report this matter to the director, Fan Xian ordered. It is only a small matter. Deng Ziyu was completely unable to hide his shock and fear. He smiled bitterly and thought that the propaganda campaign for the fight for the air had officially begun. Was it still a small matter? Fan Xian thought of something and suddenly laughed in spite of himself. Song Shiren is nothing more than a litigator. Is he the fulcrum that moves the earth? Perhaps I'm overcomplicating this matter. Debating the Qing law in court probably has little to do with the old rules of the world. Deng Ziyu didn't understand the words earth, but he guessed the general meaning. He smiled bitterly and replied, Song Shiren meeting Qin Buchang can truly be described as a general meeting a talented person. The two sides fight with sparks flying everywhere. It's not just about Qing law. If the contents of their debate in court were to spread, it would probably make people think more about that problem. Fan Xian's interest was piqued. Oh. Then I have to go take a look. Go call the third prince and Dabao. In a bit, the whole family will go to the Suzhou government to watch the show. Deng Ziyu smiled bitterly and accepted the order. Under the cover of the fine rain, 3 completely black carriages left Hua Garden and slowly drove to the street closest to the Suzhou government office. The people in Hua Garden were going to eat lunch. At this time, the Suzhou government was also temporarily resting, so no one was in a hurry. Although it was the food street closest to the Suzhou government, it was still quite far away. Sitting on the 3rd floor of the Suzhou branch of Xinfeng restaurant, Fan Xian leaned against the railing and looked in the direction of the Suzhou government through the layers of rain. Angrily, he said, I'm not a clairvoyant, how am I supposed to watch the show? Deng Ziyu had sent people to book the restaurant earlier and was now setting up defenses. Hearing the commissioner's scolding, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, Commissioner, this is already the closest, although the whole family is going out to watch the show. It's not good to drive 3 large carriages to the Suzhou government and alarm the government. It will also make the common people's eyes open. It really won't do. Fan Xian sighed and said, if I had known it would be like this, would have just eaten Yang Jimei's cook at home. Why would I come out in the rain? As he spoke, someone pulled on the corner of his clothes from behind. He turned his head to look and saw it was the charmingly naive Dabao. He couldn't help asking in surprise, Dabao, what is it? Dabao grinned and said, Xiao Xian, this, home also, has a receiving bun. Dabao used his thick finger to point at the table. In a single steamer, there was a single large white steamed bun. It was bustling with activity, and the fragrance inside gradually overflowed. Fan Xian sighed and sat by Dabao's side. As he used his chopsticks to separate the steamed bun, he took out a spoon and ladled the oil from the bun into Dabao's bowl. With a smile, he said, this is also Xinfeng restaurant, except it's a branch in Suzhou. The shopkeeper of Xinfeng restaurant, who had been carefully waiting on him to the side, quickly and attentively said, yes, young Master Lin, although Jiangnan is far away, the taste is not much different from Jingdou. Try it. Dabao mumbled a few inarticulate words and then began to attack the bun in front of him, leaving the shopkeeper cold to the side. It was Fan Xian who was a bit curious and asked, Shopkeeper, how can you say the words young Master Lin? The shopkeeper laughed dryly and said fawningly, what are you saying, Commissioner? In the old branch in Jingdou, you often take young Master Lin to Xinfeng restaurant to eat. This is a great honor for our little restaurant. Every time the old shopkeeper brings this up, he is incomparably proud and indescribably grateful. Although I am often in Suzhou, I know of your relationship with Xinfeng Restaurant. How could I not serve you attentively? Fan Xian personally controlled the first bureau in Jingdou. The restaurant closest to the first bureau Yamen was Xinfeng Restaurant, so he often took the bao to eat their receiving buns. At that time, as long as it was a noble person eating, no matter when, they would put on a grand display and hold a large banquet. There were not many people of Fan Xian's status who were so interested in receiving buns and zhaojiang noodles. Thus, although Xinfeng Restaurant was delicious, because of its homely style, even though it opened 3 branches in the Qing Kingdom and had a great reputation, its business was always ordinary. It was not until later, because it often received Fan Xian and Lin Debao, that Xinfeng Restaurant gradually raised its level in Jingdou. It attracted countless students and scholars who wanted to sit in the seat that the immortal poet once sat in and taste the buns that Sir Fan Jr. could not forget. This made the old shopkeeper of Xinfeng Restaurant unable to contain his joy. The Suzhou branch shopkeeper knew that Fan Xian was his honored guest, so he flattered him like a tide. Furthermore, he was particularly attentive in laying out seasonings to remove the fishy smell. It made Fan Xian feel very comfortable. For a moment, even the gloom of not being able to see the scene in the Suzhou government had mostly disappeared. Fan Xian was eating noodles, and Debao was nibbling on buns. The third prince was eating a bowl of glutinous rice balls with a steadiness that did not match his age. Cici led a few serving girls to drink 2 bowls of porridge. She then stood under the eaves and watched the rain falling from the sky. She stretched out the eaves to catch it. Laughing happily, it was very lively. Fan Xian never cared much about his servants, so these girls were very lively. Hearing the laughter coming from behind him, his mood also improved. Waving his hand to summon Deng Ziyu, he said, "The Suzhou government should have already begun. Send someone to listen. It would be best if they could copy something for us to see." Deng Ziyu nodded and went to arrange for people. Fan Xian waved his hand again to have Gauda and the other tiger guards go to the side to eat. Only then did he return to his work with the bowl of noodles. Naturally, he could not avoid once again stealing a piece of minced meat from Debao's plate to eat. Debao was as quiet as usual. His large stature expressed a small hidden bitterness. Hai Tang was nowhere to be found. At this moment, in Xinfeng Restaurant, it was filled with Fan Xian's subordinates, servants, and family. He was very relaxed and happy as he admired the rain and picked at the white noodles, throwing all the thoughts in his mind to the side. Seeing that Debao had finished eating, Fan Xian asked warmly if he still wanted more. Debao shook his head. Fan Xian took out a handkerchief from his clothes and carefully wiped away the oil and water by the side of Debao's mouth. The third prince looked at this scene and felt slightly surprised. A strange expression flashed through his eyes. The tiger guards at the table to the side also froze. Everyone knew of Fan Xian's love and care for Debao. But, seeing this scene, there were still many people who could not connect Fan Xian with that ruthless and harsh Overwatch Council official. In the past, when they ate at Xinfeng Restaurant, this scene had moved Deng Ziyu and Mu Tai. Today, the tiger guards and the third prince might have a new view of Fan Xian. For an idiotic brother-in-law to be so attentive, it could not be simply explained with "love me, love my dog." Although Fan Xian did indeed love and respect his wife, if these details had always been a disguise Fan Xian used to buy people's hearts, no one would believe it. To do this from the bottom of his heart for so long, if that person was not a great evil, then he was a saint. Which kind was Fan Xian? In the rainy season of the Jiangnan waterways, it was impossible to have the saying that spring rain was as precious as oil. Thus, the fine rain gradually grew heavier. Heaven was not stingy in watering the earth. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the rain outside the eaves, but his thoughts had already turned elsewhere. The council report had made it clear that this year, the rainfall upstream of the Yangtze River was not very abundant. Although it would have some effect on the restoration of the disaster areas, at least for now, he did not have to worry about the terrifying monster of spring floods. Thus, the matter of repairing the river works could continue smoothly. At this time, young Wanlik should have just reported to Jingdo. It would probably still take some time before he could reach the river transport governor's yamen. As for the silver needed for the river works, the palace treasury bidding this time was 80% more than in previous years. On the surface, the amount had already been sealed. After a series of complicated procedures, it began to be transported to Jingdo. First, it entered the palace treasury. Then, by the emperor's decree, a certain amount was drawn into the national treasury and then sent to the river transport governor's yamen. Secretly, with the full cooperation of the Overwatch Council and Ministry of Revenue, and the careful accounting of the old officials Fan Xian's father had sent, a large sum of silver had already begun to be sent through different channels directly to the places needed by the river transport. The names used had already been prepared. Of this large sum of silver, a portion came from the palace treasury bidding silver and the amount of silver that the transport company had painstakingly squeezed out. There was also a large portion of silver that Fan Xian had temporarily borrowed from the Northern Qi Emperor through Haitang. In any case, the silver was placed in Taiping Money House. Fan Xian would use it first. As for returning it, that would have to wait for Xia Qifei to connect with Fan Xijia in the north and use the smuggled goods from the palace treasury to slowly return it. Although Fan Xian had done his best to cover up these matters, and the matter concerning the Northern Qi Emperor was covered up even more securely so that the Qing court in Jingdo would not hear any wind of it, the matter of transporting the silver to the river transport had long been mentioned by Fan Xian in his secret memorial to the emperor. Fan Xian had no selfish motives in this matter. He didn't even earn a single tael of silver. Furthermore, the entire matter had been operated in secret. It was impossible for Fan Xian to gain any reputation for loving the people from this matter. All of the benefits that had been created belonged to the people of the Qin kingdom. In the end, it was also the emperor who had benefited. Naturally, the emperor had tacitly agreed to this matter. Presently, the only question Fan Xian needed to explain to the emperor was how exactly he had obtained this large sum of silver. Since he couldn't say the Northern Qi Emperor, this great financial backer, he needed a good reason. Fan Xian had already made arrangements for this matter at the beginning of his plan. A portion of it was the bribes he had obtained from his 2 years of official business, another portion was the benefits he had obtained from overthrowing the Cui family last year, and another portion was the land he had scraped from the Palace Treasury Transport Company after he went to Jiangnan. In the future, if he still couldn't reconcile the accounts with the emperor, Fan Xian still had one last move. He would say that this silver was left to him by Uncle Wu Zhu. He didn't think the emperor would go find Wu Zhu to confront. If the river transport was really good, perhaps the emperor would be pleased and use this year's generous palace treasury bidding silver to return a portion to Fan Xian. As for the Ming family, Fan Xian had his own arrangements. The investigation was slowly progressing. However, at the moment, it was all covered up by that dazzling lawsuit. For Fan Xian, dealing with the Ming family was indeed a long-term task. He could only gradually nibble away at it. If his methods were too fierce and he suppressed the Ming family too much, it would affect the stability of Jiangnan. The Jiangnan governor, Xueqing, would probably be the first person to stand up and oppose it. For the rule of a dynasty, stability had always been an overwhelming requirement. The survival of the Ming family was not actually on the Jiangnan lawsuit. Rather, it was on the struggle in the Jingdo palace. If the master of the Ming family, the eldest princess, and the princes, fell in the struggle for power, the Ming family would find it difficult to protect their basket of eggs. If Fan Xian lost, the Ming family would be able to raise their eyebrows again, and Xia Qifei would have to flee in all directions like a stray dog. If Fan Xian and the eldest princess continued to maintain their current situation of neither rising nor falling, then the Ming family would only be like it was now. Suppressed by Fan Xian to the point of struggling at death's door, but it would never collapse. It would stubbornly and humbly live on, struggling and waiting. Sir. A light call pulled Fan Xian out of his thoughts. He shook his head dizzily. Only now did he realize that the light outside was much dimmer than before. It was not only because the rain was getting heavier, but it was also because it was getting late. Only now did he realize that his thoughts had taken up so much time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. It looked like Hai Tang was right. His days were not much easier than the emperor's. Glancing at Cece, who was already tired from playing and resting by the railing, Fan Xian used his eyes to indicate for a little girl to put a coat on her. He then glanced at Dabao, who was speaking uneasily with the third prince. Only then did he pull himself together and take out his addictions to watching the show. He said to Deng Ziyu, "How is it over there?" Deng Ziyu smiled and handed over the paper in his hand. He moved closer to Fan Xian's ear and said, "These are the arguments recorded in court. Sir, do you want the 8th Bureau to compile these arguments into a collection and publish them throughout the world?" This was a very sinister and daring idea. It looked like Deng Ziyu had finally approved of Fan Xian's way of thinking. He knew that the Overwatch Council would no longer be able to maintain its neutrality like it had in the past in the fight for the throne. Fan Xian laughingly scolded, "It's fine if it's just a rumor, but if it's printed into a book, won't the palace hate me to death?" Hearing the words, "palace," the third prince at the other table glanced over. Fan Xian pretended not to see inside. "Speaking of the 8th Bureau, there are too few people in Jiangnan. That matter has not had any effect up until now." He was talking about the operation to publicize Xia Qifei's story in Jiangnan. Fan Xian had thought that with the 8th Bureau working together, they would be able to beat the second prince until he had no power to retaliate in the battle of rumors in Jingdou. Now, with the tragic story of Xia Qifei losing his mother and being banished as a script, and with the verdict of the Suzhou government as evidence, they could have caused a stir in Jiangnan and completely destroyed the good image the Ming family had built these years. Unexpectedly, the Ming family's power in Jiangnan was so deep. There were too few people in Jiangnan from the 8th Bureau. The Ming family had also sent many storytellers to make noise outside. In any case, they were connecting this family property lawsuit to Xia Qifei's underworld background and the Jingdou officials' conspiracy. Comparing the two, Fan Xian's reputation was much worse. Although the Jiangnan people believed that Xia Qifei was the 7th son of the Ming family, they all thought that the reason Xia Qifei had suddenly jumped out this year was because the Jingdou officials represented by Fan Xian wanted to bully the good people of Jiangnan. Fan Xian thought of this and felt it was funny. It looked like the master of the Ming family, Ming Qingda, who had been pretending to be sick in bed, indeed had a very detailed understanding of his way of doing things. His methods of responding and speed were also incomparably accurate and fast. Ming Qingda was indeed not a simple person. The power was in his hands and not in Jiangnan, so Fan Xian could easily see the dispute with the Ming family as a game. He did not have much enmity toward Ming Qingda. On the contrary, he had a faint admiration. After he read through the paper Deng Ziyu presented, he couldn't resist laughing out loud. There were many wonderful people in Jiangnan, and Song Shiren from Jingdou was not bad either. The lawsuit in the Suzhou government had already gradually left the boundaries of Qing law and was beginning to develop in the direction Chen Pingping hoped for. Both sides quoted classics and discussed classics. Every word they said was the former way. They raised their hands and bowed to Master Zhuang. It did not look like they were fighting a lawsuit. For the sake of the eldest son's right to inheritance, which was deeply rooted in people's hearts, it was like the two sides were holding a lecture before an exhibition. Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. The tense and somewhat absurd scene of the Suzhou government trial seemed to rise before his eyes. In the court of the Suzhou government, the debate was still going on. It was already the fourth day. The main generals of both sides were a bit tired after repeatedly using their brains. Thus, the time between the opening of the court was much longer than the first day. Before much could be said, someone would rush to ask for a rest. The Suzhou Zhizhou also understood that Xia Qifei wanted to drag it out, but he had no choice. He had long received the imperial envoy's verbal order for him to judge the case impartially and not carelessly close it. Since he could not carelessly close it, he had to let both sides argue. However, Song Shiren and Chen Buchang were both famous and talkative characters. If he let them argue, they could probably talk for an entire year. The Suzhou Zhizhou had seen it all and was indifferent. Every time both sides asked for a rest, he would smile and allow it. He would also order bailiffs to bring over stools for both sides to sit on. As for things like tea, he would not be lacking. Ming Lansher's face was ashen as he sat on the stool. These days, this young master of the Ming family had also been dragged on miserably. His family's business could not help at all. Those uncles were all useless people who ate and did not do anything. After the palace treasury bidding, the matter of importing goods to North Min needed important figures in the family. Thus, he could only let his father, who had always said he was sick in bed, stand up again and take charge of these matters. The Ming family knew that the imperial envoy wanted to use this case to throw their family into disarray and thus make their family unable to split themselves in the palace treasury business. However, the Ming family did not have a good way to respond, so they could only keep dragging it out with the other side. In any case, looking at the situation, the case might drag on for a year. In any case, as long as they didn't lose, it was fine. At this time, it was the Ming family's turn to speak. The face of the famous Jiangnan litigation master, Chen Buchang, was a bit pale. It looked like he had expended a lot of energy these days. He took a hot towel from the hands of a student beside him and wiped his face vigorously. Pulling himself together, he walked into the hall and said seriously, "The ancient sages have spoken of the so-called 5 human relations. Father and son are related, ruler and minister are righteous, husband and wife are different, elders and children are orderly, and friends are trustworthy. Sir, since Sir Xia has been determined to be the 7th young master of the Ming family, the relationship between father and son is not different from the eldest branch of the Ming family." Before he finished speaking, Song Shiren had already cut him off in a strange tone, "Not Sir Xia, Sir Ming. Don't say anything wrong. Otherwise, after the case is over, Ming Qingqing, the 7th Ming master, can continue to sue you." Song Shiren's expression was also not very good. His eyes were sunken. This time, he had come to Jiangnan alone and hadn't had time to bring any servants or students. Although he had the help of the Overwatch Council scribes, it was not easy to find evidence in piles of old papers and find scriptures beneficial to one side. Furthermore, the other party was a local litigation master with countless people helping him from behind. After fighting for 4 days, even the best litigation master in the world could not keep his spirit up. Hearing Song Shiren's words, Chen Buchang was not anxious. He smiled merrily and bowed in apology to Xia Qifei. He then continued, "However, the words elders and children are orderly have to be careful. Since Ming Qingda is the legitimate son of the eldest branch, of course, he has the right to dispose of the Ming family property." He continued to speak in a loud voice, "There is a saying in the 4 rules of mourning. The sky cannot have 2 suns, the earth cannot have 2 masters, the country cannot have 2 monarchs, and the family cannot have 2 nobles." The more Chen Buchang spoke, the more impassioned his voice became. "This has been the case since ancient times, how can it be changed? The Qing law has long been set. Xia, why must Sir Ming continue to be entangled in this? Sir, please settle the case as soon as possible. Song Shiren stood up with some difficulty and smiled under Xia Qifei's concerned gaze. He walked to the front of the hall and proudly said, the so-called family property is just inheriting the title and dividing the property. What Sir Chen said earlier, I do not have any different meaning. However, inheriting the title is one thing, dividing the property is another. The old Ming master once had a title, and it has now been inherited by Ming Qingda. Sir Ming Qingqing does not doubt this. However, inheriting the title is only in terms of the number of legitimate sons and concubines. Dividing the property is another matter. Chen Buchang said slightly angrily, inheriting the title is the guarantee of dividing the property. Since the title is clear, the right to divide the property is naturally ready to come out. Inheriting the title and dividing the property were the two most important parts of inheritance. Song Shiren smiled coldly and said, but dividing the property is the foundation of inheriting the title. Earlier you spoke of the Qing law, now I will speak of the Qing law. He slapped the golden fan in his hand and said in a loud voice, the 34th rule of the Qing law, household management is controlled by the elders, and family property is public property. My master has no opinion on household management, but this family property is public property. Of course, it has to be carefully divided. As for how to divide it, since the old Ming master's will is here, of course, it has to be done according to the previous master. Chen Buchang was angry. How could there be such a stiff argument to separate inheriting the title and dividing the property? The Qing law also says, if one lives with an elder and does not divide the family property evenly, the crime will be judged as a lowly child using the family property for personal gain. 20 strokes of the cane. Song Shiren looked coldly at Ming Launcher and said each word clearly and clearly, my master was exiled from the family when he was young. Does this count as purposely dividing the family property? If 20 strokes of the cane, would the Ming family only have 200,000 strings of coins? I want to see just how many butts the Ming family has to be spanked. Ming Launcher stood up angrily. Song Shiren changed his direction and smiled slightly at the Zhizhou in the hall. He then said, this is the Qing law. The Ministry of Justice, the lowly child using the family property for personal gain. Back then, you also studied law, so you should know that what I say is not wrong. Not waiting for the Ming family to respond, Song Shiren once again proudly said, speaking of laws, I still have one more. In the Qing law, it is clearly stated in the marriage of a righteous household, that living together should be divided. Those who do not divide equally will be judged as having stolen goods reduced by 3 levels. What kind of crime is this? This is the crime of a thief. Chen Buchang narrowed his eyes. He had great admiration for this litigation master from Jingdou. It was clearly a simple family property lawsuit, yet he had forcefully divided it into 2 areas, inheritance and division of property. Then, he had jumped around like a monkey in these cracks, pressing forward step by step. Although he held the Qing law and firmly stood his ground, he had not expected that the other party would remember so clearly even the small provisions of the law from many years ago. The Qing laws that Song Shiren had just mentioned were all things that the court had forgotten to change when they were revising the law. They had probably long disappeared into some dark place in the library that even a rat would not bother to rummage through. Yet, they had been found so carefully by the other party and used so openly in court. This litigation master was indeed powerful. Song Shiren's expression was calm, but his eyes gradually became bloodshot. To be able to fight the lawsuit to this extent was already the limit of his abilities. Inheritance and division of property, if it was truly twisted, was indeed complicated. A bit of confidence gradually grew in his heart. Even if that will was still invalid in the end, he could at least try to create the effect of dividing the family property equally. 1/7 of the Ming family was not a small number. Although he could not understand Fan Xian's ambitions, since the imperial envoy thought so highly of him, he had to fight this lawsuit beautifully and write the most beautiful and glorious stroke for the profession of litigation master. To be able to participate in a battle at such a level as the Ming family property was already of the highest level for a litigation master. For larger matters, such as the inheritance in the palace, what right did a mere litigation master have to speak? Furthermore, if the court had not split into two sides and occasionally formed a power struggle, the Ming family property lawsuit would not have been able to go to court, much less be filed. Song Shiren would not have had the opportunity to participate. Thus, although he was very tired, he had a kind of morbid excitement. This kind of opportunity was too rare. He had to grasp it. If Song Shiren knew that the lawsuit he fought in Jiangnan would stimulate certain people's sensitive nerves and thus indirectly bring about certain people's cooperation and bring the conflict between Fan Xian and those people to a state of confrontation earlier, even if he was given a few more stimuli to leave his name in history, he would only be so scared that he would quickly hide his identity and slip away. Song Shiren did not care about that problem. The so-called family property was something everyone wanted to fight over, regardless of whether it was the Ming families or the emperors. Haven't eaten lunch yet. I'm starving to death. Going out to eat. Maybe there are some typos, please forgive me. In the end, I still sincerely call for everyone to cast a monthly vote. Thank you very much for every vote everyone has cast. Since I've started to pull for a monthly vote, I will continue to pull, witness. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 377. Just like what Fan Xian often said, no matter what happened, life had to go on. Thus, when time had already entered the 4th month of the 6th year of the Qin calendar, the Jiangnan area had not changed much compared to previous years. The sensational Ming family property lawsuit was still continuing. After the palace treasury bidding, the various royal merchants began to receive goods and sell their goods. The officials were still surreptitiously collecting silver, and the people of Suzhou were still salivating about national affairs, family affairs, and sexual affairs. There were some small changes. First of all, the Ming family property lawsuit had been going on for too long. Both sides had been tossing and turning for too long, so much so that it gradually lost the initial feeling of novelty and excitement. Each day, there were fewer and fewer professional spectators waiting outside the Suzhou Yamen. The Suzhou Zhizhou and the litigation masters from both sides were almost unable to withstand this marathon-like torment. From opening every day to opening every 3 days, it had already been 6 days without opening. Song Shiren and Chen Buchang were still, with the help of their respective powers, digging their heads into piles of old papers and moldy Qing laws to find evidence against their side. The Ming family and Xia Qifei's focus had already shifted away from the case. The Ming family knew they couldn't let the imperial envoy drag their spirits on the family property lawsuit. They forcefully pulled themselves together and began to take care of the palace treasury business that was sure to lose money this year. They only hoped to lose less. Xia Qifei also had to start learning how to do business. With a shake of his body, he had become the largest royal merchant in Jiangnan other than the Ming family. In the past, most of the Cui family's routes to the north had been taken over by him. He had to reopen the defense routes of each province and connect with the merchants in the north. Although Fan Xian was helping him behind the scenes, this was still a complicated task. The day before he left Suzhou, Xia Qifei used his identity as the 7th young master of the Ming family to treat the Jiangnan magnates who were still in Suzhou to a meal. That night, the nobles gathered, the carriages flowed endlessly, and the merchants coming and going were oppressively noble. They directly stole 70% of Suzhou's aura of wealth. All of this aura of wealth gathered at the place Xia Qifei was treating, the Suzhou branch of Baoyue Brothel. After a delay of a number of days, the Suzhou branch of Baoyue Brothel finally opened for business. This building had originally been bought for the Ming family's bamboo garden restaurant. It was the busiest place in Suzhou. Shi Chanli took the 50,000 liang of silver and went around to take care of it. The various levels of government also gave Fan Xian enough face and waved their hands to let him through. Once the renovations were finished, they should have opened for business. However, because of some problems in the middle, it had been delayed until today. The problem was that the Baoyue brothel did not have a famous girl that they could bring to the table. Everything in this world was about a brand. Although Shi Chanli had borrowed a few prostitutes from the bosses of the Jiangnan brothels, he did not have a famous girl that was famous throughout Jiangnan. The Baoyue brothel, which wanted to make a name for itself in Jiangnan, did not dare to open up like this. So, it was delayed until Sang Wen came to Jiangnan. Using her status in the Jianghu, she attracted a few Jiangnan Ming Chu masters. Shi Qing'er of the main Baoyue brothel in Jingdou also spent a great deal of effort to invite a newly rising popular courtesan on Lujing River, as well as a Western Lake beauty that the great prince had stolen from the Western Lake. She sent these two girls to Suzhou. Paired with the Ming Chu masters, Shi Chanli finally had the confidence to officially open for business. That night, Xia Qifei invited a group of Jiangnan's wealthy to a banquet on the second floor. Red lanterns hung high and soft music played. It was perfect for the opening of the Baoyue brothel. On the first day of the Baoyue brothel's Suzhou branch opening, they did not take in a large number of guests. They only attracted all of the wealthiest people in Jiangnan. Once this momentum came out, wouldn't those self-proclaimed romantic young masters and the sons of officials all pounce over in a few days like dogs with their tongues out? The newly rising popular courtesan on Lujing River in Jingdou was named Liang Diandian. She was not more than 16 years old and had an innate romantic air. Between her still childish brows floated a soul-stealing charm. Yet, there was a glimmer of coldness hidden within the charm. She had just made her debut when she stole the gazes of thousands of people in Jingdou. She was praised as the girl with the most potential to sit firmly in the leading position after Yuan Meng and Si Lily, who had become a brothel legend of a generation. However, this Liang Diandian did not have much time to show off her dress in Jingdou before she was forcefully bought by the Baoyue brothel, full of unwillingness, and sent to Suzhou. She could not help but feel a bit uncomfortable in her heart. However, knowing the background of the Baoyue brothel, she could not force anything. However, after she came to Suzhou, she signed a rather novel contract with shopkeeper Sang Wen, which greatly surprised this girl, who was not even 16 years old. The contract seemed to be beneficial to her. How could there be such a good brothel keeper in this world? The other beauty from Shi Lake was indeed very different from the women of the Central Plains. Her eyes were slightly sunken but did not appear out of place. On the contrary, the deep ridges deepened the attractiveness of her face. Particularly, her slightly dark skin did not appear rough. On the contrary, it had a mysterious beauty like a black pearl. Furthermore, this Shi Lake beauty's figure was very curvaceous. Her front and back curves made the tongues of the Qing kingdom, who were used to the light taste of Chinese women, dry. However, this Shi Lake beauty's background was even stranger than that of Liang Diandian's. This Shi Lake beauty's surname was Ma, and her name was Suosua. She was the princess of a Shi Lake tribe. The great prince had led the army on an expedition to the west and had completely defeated the Shi Lake. No one knew how many tribes he had conquered. In order to show his sincerity in surrendering, the leader of the second largest tribe offered his precious daughter to the great prince. It was a bit like a marriage gift. Unexpectedly, the great prince was a crude person. He treated the daughter of his enemy like a female slave. Particularly after marrying the great princess of northern Qi, it was even more inconvenient for him to keep this Shi Lake beauty in his manor. Thus, the moment he heard that Fan Xian was opening a brothel in Jiangnan and lacked a leading lady, he had rushed her to Baoyue brothel and then sent her to Suzhou. Between the opening of Baoyue brothel and the opening of Jingdou, the 8th Bureau had already helped Fan Xian with a sufficient advertising campaign. Although the 8th Bureau did not have many ways to deal with the Ming family in Jiangnan, it was a simple matter to mold these two girls into peerless beauties that could only be found in heaven and not in the mortal world. Shi Chanli played along with the guesses and rumors about these two girls in the marketplace and cleverly had the two girls choose a few days ago to sit in a carriage outside Suzhou for a walk. The walk was nothing more than a show to let the lecherous men of Jiangnan see the peerless beauty of these two girls from a distance. Along the way, there were countless lechers following Baoyue brothel's carriage. The green plains in front and behind the carriage had been completely flattened by the men's feet or horse hooves. The so-called walk was really flattening the green grass. Thus, everyone in Jiangnan knew what kind of two girls Baoyue brothel currently had. Their appetites were finally whetted. Today, the Baoyue brothel branch was opening, but these two leading ladies did not go out to see the guests. Even people of such status as the masters of the Chuanzhou Sun family and Lingnan Xiong family did not have the right to have them go out and sit with them for a while. Because these two girls were very obediently and quietly sitting in a room, sitting next to a young man, gently raising their wrists and raising their cups, feeding the young man food and wine. In front of this young man, no matter how much resentment these two girls had in their hearts, they did not dare show it. They did not even dare to casually demonstrate their best skill at bewitching men's hearts. In this world, they relied on nothing more than their own appearance and meticulous and kind thoughts. The young man sitting peacefully between the two of them had a delicate and handsome appearance. As for his thoughts, everyone knew that Sir Fan Jr. had a crystal heart. There was nothing in this world that he did not know, and there was no person that he could not see through. Fan Xian shook his head and indicated for the two girls beside him to stop waiting on him. If it was said that with two beautiful and gradually rising girls in Jiangnan surrounding him, it would be a lie for a normal man like him to not have any thoughts in his heart and not want to drink the soup on the other end. However, his thoughts were indeed not in these areas. He looked at Liang Diandian and sighed, thinking, how could this 16-year-old girl be so seductive? Her watery eyes seemed to speak. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of the question that had troubled him for a long time. Just how old was Duo? Looking at Liang Diandian's affectionate eyes, Fan Xian knew that this girl was only professionally trying to climb to a backer. However, when he turned his head and saw the Western Hu beauty, Fan Xian's heart cried out bitterly. Ma Suo was originally a Western Hu princess, but now she was in a ditch. This Ma Suo had probably long accepted her fate. In this world, women were nothing more than goods in the hands of men to be sold at will. Now that she had been sent to Jiangnan by the great prince, Baoyue brothel did not seem very scary. Shopkeeper Sang and Master Shi were also not fierce. This Sir Fan in front of him was also very beautiful. It seemed that he was much happier than staying in the manor and doing hard labor, being watched coldly by the great Wang Fei, and not knowing when he would lose his life. Fan Xian looked at Sang Wen sitting across from him and sighed sorrowfully. What is this? Isn't the great prince bullying people? Sang Wen was startled. Opening his somewhat large mouth, he laughed and said, Miss Suo is indeed very beautiful. It is just that Darren has rarely seen Hu people, so for a moment you are not used to it. His First Highness is not deliberately deceiving Darren. Fan Xian snorted. In his previous life, he had seen countless Western beauties and had once been a loyal fan of Ajiani. Of course, he could see the attractiveness of this Western Hu beauty. However, the great prince was not afraid of heaven or earth. Now, he was so scared that he had sent this girl to Suzhou. It was clear that after the great princess of Northern Qi married to Southern Qi for many months, she had finally successfully transformed into that lioness from the east of the river. The great prince had sent Ma Suo to Suzhou because he wanted to protect her life. Since it was so, it meant that even if the great prince had no affection for this Western Hu beauty, he still felt a glimmer of pity. Under these circumstances, would Fan Xian really have Ma Suo go receive guests? He would probably have to raise her carefully. What if one day the great prince suddenly became interested and came back to him in his dreams to play the horns and reminisce about beauties in his drunken stupor? What would he do then? Are you really not letting them go out to receive guests? Shi Chanli walked in from outside. He had probably drunk some wine with the merchants. His face was slightly red, and his words reeked of alcohol. He stared blankly at Fan Xian. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and thought for a while. He turned his head and glanced at Liang Diandian's thoughtful expression. He knew that if he really kept Soma, Liang Diandian would need to be comforted. After a moment of composure, he said, "Right now, we are just making a name for ourselves. There is no rush to have them go out to receive guests." He smiled slightly and said, "However, find some time occasionally for you two to go out and play a song or dance a little." Liang Diandian was slightly startled. She and Somama bowed and agreed at the same time. Somama's official words were still not very nimble, but her eyes already showed her gratitude toward Fan Xian. Fan Xian continued to smile and said, "A wife is not as good as a concubine is not as good as stealing is not as good as not being able to steal, and not being able to steal is not as good as having one's heart itch every day but still not being able to touch. Let the men of Jiangnan endure for a few days and learn the principle of only watching from afar and not getting close." In the end, he said to Sangwen and Shi Chanli, "Men are all lowly animals. If you can understand this business will be easier to do." Hearing these words, Shi Chanli was slightly embarrassed and felt a bit unsatisfied. However, Sangwen covered her mouth and laughed. "Take the two of them out to meet Xiong Bailing and those old fellows. With these merchants bragging about them, their reputation will be even better." Fan Xian closed his eyes and waved his hand. Liang Diandian held Somama's hand and rose to bow to Fan Xian. She then left with Sangwen's lead. Fan Xian had Shi Chanli come closer and lowered his voice. "Somama, watch over her. While you're at it, spread the news and let everyone know that she is the great prince's woman." Shi Chanli replied in shock, "What if it gets back to Jingdou? I want people to know that my relationship with the great prince is not bad." Fan Xian licked his dry lips and took a sip of light wine. He smiled and said, "At this time, everyone is still showing their cards. More importantly, this is their family matter. Why should I wipe their butts?" He huffed through his nose and said, "I traveled south with the great princess. Of course, I know that she is not a kind person. The great prince appears straightforward, but he also knows that in this world, probably only I, the great princess, will give him some face. Since he wants me to exert myself, of course, I have to pay a price." Fan Xian was purely unhappy. He thought to himself, "I'm working my ass off in Jiangnan while you brothers and princes are busy with family matters in the capital." It made him feel very unfair. The Suzhou branch of the Baoyue brothel was not just used to launder money or make money. It was purely Fan Xian's own business. It shouldered the important responsibility of becoming Fan Xian's second intelligence system. In the depths of Fan Xian's heart, he still did not fully trust the Overwatch Council. Whether or not he could have the Overwatch Council was still a matter of one word from the Emperor in the current situation. Thus, during the renovation, the brass pipes had already been laid out according to the layout of the old buildings in Jingdou. The people his father had sent to be responsible for gathering intelligence had hidden it from the corresponding officials and moved into the building before the girls. Currently, the square building was in a state of intoxication. The voices gradually grew louder, but the room Fan Xian was in was unusually quiet. He stood up and first went to the toilet behind the bed to empty the contents. He then adjusted his breathing and took off the commoner's clothing he was wearing. From the cabinet, he took out the work clothes he had not worn in a long time. He tried it on and found that it fit him well. It looked like this half-year of life and power had not quickly made his figure go out of shape. Very strangely, he sat for a while longer. After confirming that he was beginning to get used to the feeling he had not seen for half a year, Fan Xian pushed open the window of the room. His fingers dug forcefully into the wall under the pitch-black night and slid down into the darkness like a gecko. Ever since his meridians had been greatly injured by the Jinqi explosion in his body, he had begun to be more careful with the circulation of his Jinqi. When there was no need, he no longer tried to push the Jinqi out of his palm and then pull it back. This method truly consumed too much of his mind and Jinqi. His feet touched the ground. He made a few turns in the complicated corridors and found the back door of the Baoyue brothel branch. Pushing open the door, he walked out and saw the carriage that had been waiting for him in the alley. Deng Ziyu sat in the driver's seat. He wore a straw hat on his head and covered most of his face. Gao De sat in the carriage and lifted a corner of the curtain. He looked outside cautiously. Fan Xian flashed in and gently spat out one word, "Go." "Sir, how are your injuries?" Gao De was not afraid of Fan Xian's cold gaze. His highest duty was to ensure Fan Xian's safety. Before he had confirmed the information, he truly did not dare to let Fan Xian take any risks. As for Fan Xian's strange injuries, there were different theories, but most people thought he had recovered a long time ago. There were only a handful of people who truly knew the inside story. Eunuch Hong was certainly one of them. However, the emperor had caused Fan Xian's heart to chill and maintain his silence. Although Gao De had been fooled by Fan Xian at the beginning, he had been by Fan Xian's side these few months. Of course, he could see that the commissioner's current state of Jinqi was completely different from when he had gone to northern Qi. With the gift of Haitang's heart of Tianyi Dao, no one knew how much Fan Xian's injuries had healed other than himself, not even Haitang. He lowered his head and quietly said, "I'm fine." Immediately after, he said, "Confirm her location." Outside the carriage, Deng Ziyu nodded. After she escaped from Jingdo, she has remained in Suzhou. The council did not think she would be so daring, nor did they think that the Jiangnan officials would secretly provide protection for her. Thus, it was not until a few days ago that we found out where she lived. A cold smile rose to the corner of Fan Xian's lips. With the Ming family covering for her, of course, the Jiangnan officials would give her some face. It looks like the Jiangnan officials still do not think much of me. Gao De was, after all, the emperor's tiger guard. Hearing these words, he furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Young master, should we notify the local authorities to arrest her?" After all, criminal cases are never under the council's jurisdiction. Since Fan Xian dared to bring him here tonight, he wasn't afraid of what he would say to the palace. He shook his head and said, "If we notify the authorities, she might escape again. After all, she is the second prince in Hongqing's person. The Ministry of Justice's wanted posters are useless against her. It will not be easy to capture her openly. We should have brought more people." Gao De furrowed his brows and said. "Since she was ordered to escape, she will certainly have aces by her side. It will not be easy to capture her alive." "Not capture her alive, just kill her." Fan Xian leaned against the back of the chair and closed his eyes to rest. "I don't need to use her to defeat the Ming family. I only need to use her to suppress the Ming family. Today is the opening of the Baoyue brothel branch. No one should have thought that we would find her and make a move. Furthermore, no one would have thought that I would personally do it. Gauda wanted to speak but stopped. He began to understand Fan Xian's thoughts, but he was unable to stop him. The purpose of Fan Xian's actions tonight was actually very simple. Since the Jiangnan road officials were faintly standing against him on the road to defeating the Ming family and dared to cover for the Ming family, then he was going to use tonight's matter to intimidate the Jiangnan road officials. For those officials, there was nothing more powerful than fresh blood and death to demonstrate the Overwatch Council's power. The carriage sank into a death-like silence. There was only the sound of the wheels grinding on the rocks below. The carriage drove to a quiet alley in Suzhou. It was still some distance away from the manor when it stopped. Fan Xian touched the dagger in his boots and gently pressed the soft sword at his waist. He had borrowed this sword from Haitang. After carefully confirming the equipment, he opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "Gauda, you are responsible for the outside. Leave no one alive. Don't let her slip away." Gauda made a sound of acknowledgement in a heavy voice. "Ziyu, have the people we sent to the governor's manor been prepared?" Fan Xian asked. Deng Ziyu nodded. "Wait for us here. Be careful." After saying this, Fan Xian flashed out of the carriage like a black loach and quickly disappeared into the darkness below the high wall. Tonight, only 3 people had come. Given Fan Xian's present identity, he should not have come alone to take such a risk. However, today's matter had to be done in secret. Furthermore, the most important reason was that Fan Xian had always had this kind of adventurous impulse in the depths of his heart. Furthermore, he had to use this action to recover his confidence in martial arts. At the same time, he wanted to test just what level he had reached with his secret practice of the sword these few days. Gauda calculated the time and estimated it was about time. He retied the hemp rope around the hilt of the long knife and walked down from the carriage. Like a god of death, he walked steadily to the back of the manor. Who knew how many aces were hidden in that manor in the dark night, yet there were only 2 of them. Probably only Fan Xian and Gauda had this kind of confidence. Gauda stood silently under the back wall of the manor. His entire body seemed to have become one with the stone wall, gradually becoming indistinguishable. The Jinqi in his body gradually began to circulate. He could clearly hear the fine sounds inside the wall. Occasionally, there would be a light sound in the courtyard. It was like the sound of the commissioner's favorite hard-tipped goose feather quill cutting through paper. If one did not listen carefully, no one would notice this sound. Gauda knew that one person had already died to Fan Xian's hand. Another muffled sound rang out like a sesame seed cake that had just come out of the oven and suddenly deflated. Gauda's brows furrowed slightly. Had the commissioner used his palm to split open someone's head? Fan Xian was like a ghost in the night, walking steadily and silently through the courtyard. Behind him were a few bodies. The wounds on the bodies were not obvious, and there was not much blood flowing, but they were completely dead. The doors of the rooms beside him were wide open. The people sleeping soundly inside had not yet risen before they had been killed on their beds. The servants and serving girls in one of the rooms had also collapsed weakly on the bed. There were no wounds on their bodies. It looked like they had just been drugged. Until now, no one in the courtyard had discovered that a killer had already come close to them. Just as Chen Pingping had once taught him, no one could forever block a great grandmaster assassin. For an assassin like Fan Xian, whose power had reached the 9th level and who had studied dark techniques since childhood, there were not many places in the world that could block him. As Fan Xian walked silently toward the back of the courtyard, he used a vigilant gaze to watch the tall walls on both sides. The Overwatch Council's intelligence reports were detailed enough. They had clearly investigated the defenses of this courtyard, so no one hiding in the dark could escape his cold, eagle-like eyes. He walked past a tree. A person flashed behind the tree. Holding a knife, he struck out noiselessly. Fan Xian's eyes looked forward. His expression did not change. His right hand was already on his waist. With a swish, he pulled out the soft sword. With a flick of his wrist, his left foot took a step back and the heel of his right foot turned slightly. His entire body tilted to the left at an ingenious angle. The sword in his hand followed along his forearm. Like an arrow leaving a bow, it stabbed out strangely. This sword seemed to contain a strange aura. It formed a perfect harmony with Fan Xian's entire body. The tip of the sword casually and cleanly pierced into the cartilage of the attacker's throat. With a crack, the attacker's throat shattered noiselessly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell. Fan Xian pulled back his sword. Even at this moment, he still did not look in front of him or behind him. The door to the side room on the stone steps opened. A person discovered Fan Xian's existence and rushed down with a panicked and angry shout. Fan Xian raised his arms and held the sword horizontally in front of his chest. It was strange, as if he was committing suicide. However, he blocked all the openings in front of him. In the next moment, his feet rushed 3 steps forward. The sword horizontally, which seemed to be an impenetrable defense, instantly became a sudden attack filled with ruthlessness. When this strike passed, Fan Xian's entire mind seemed to be in front of him. His spirit and spirit were all in this strike. With such power, how could anyone block it? Fresh blood sprayed out, and the head fell to the ground. Fan Xian's expression remained calm. He took 2 light steps to the right. Jinqi rose swiftly from the snowy mountain and burst forth from his shoulder blade. Like a spring, he flicked his right arm out. It was like a hard willow branch in spring outside Suzhou being pulled down by a naughty child and then swiftly flicked back. With such a poetic and picturesque flick, the sword in his right hand was like the last ink dot of a master painter, gently sprinkling down. It just so happened to land on another person's throat. Another person was killed. Fan Xian had used 3 strikes and killed 3 people. What kind of swordplay was this? If Gao De was in the courtyard at this moment, he would certainly cry out in surprise. If Haitang saw this scene, she would certainly know why Fan Xian had been hiding from her these days when he was practicing martial arts. If Yun Jilan, who was playing with the shadow in Jiangnan, saw these 3 strikes, he would certainly be dumbfounded on the spot, wondering when his teacher had taken in such a young disciple. Sigu sword. Sigu sword, Sigu sword. The Sigu sword that focused on the front and ignored the back, looked left and ignored the right. After stabbing all the hatchet men who had woken up in the courtyard to death, Fan Xian lightly shook the edge of his sword with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the results of tonight's training. The shadow assassin had stabbed him once and almost killed him. The compensation he had asked for from the other party in the end seemed to be enough to make up for the damage. Not everyone in this world was as lucky as Fan Xian to be able to learn the true essence of the Sigu sword. The key to the Sigu sword was not the power of the sword, much less the sword moves. It was footwork. Only footwork could completely concentrate a person's strength into a metal sword. Fan Xian faintly felt that the footwork was not even the most important part. The key was the kind of ruthlessness that focused on the front and ignored the back, looked left and ignored the right. Each strike had to be done with full strength. Murderous intent swept forward. The gods could not stop it, and the heavens could not hinder it. The so-called looking around was actually not caring. Thinking of this, Fan Xian silently shook his head. He thought of the white-clothed shadow strike in the hanging temple that seemed to be able to cover up the light of the sun. If he had not been the one facing this strike at the time, perhaps the shadow would have mercilessly killed him under the sword. A cold sword illuminated the courtyard. Everyone who could die died under this sword. Only 2 people escaped through the back wall. Fan Xian did not pay them any attention. He just carried the long sword on his back and quietly walked toward the quiet bedroom. Outside the back wall, there were two swishing sounds. Gao De pulled back his long knife and looked at the 4 pieces of flesh beside him. He shook his head. The bedroom door was pushed open by Fan Xian. He looked at the woman who had just woken up from the bed and only had time to light the red candle. She didn't have time to put on her clothes. He smiled slightly and said, "Master Yuan, long time no see." Yuan Meng, who was wanted by the Ministry of Justice all over the world and hiding in Suzhou, bit her lower lip tightly and looked at the godlike handsome young man at the door. A moment later, she suddenly cried out in a hoarse voice, "Sir Fan Jr., why won't you let me go?" What a childish question, but I'm willing to answer it. Fan Xian slowly walked toward her and calmly said, "Your hands are stained with the blood of too many innocent women. Father has ordered that as a child, I must be filial." A few strands of Yuan Meng's black hair floated weakly on her forehead. She smiled bitterly. "I was only following orders regarding the matter in the capital. As for the matter of the Ministry of Justice ordering me to be arrested, you should know that your brother and the 3rd prince you are currently teaching aren't clean either. If you want to kill me, then kill me. But don't try to use such righteous words to disgust me." Fan Xian raised his sword and smiled slightly. "Accept your fate. You are a bad person. If I was a good person, perhaps you would have a chance. Unfortunately, you also understand that I am also a bad person." Yuan Meng bit her lower lip nervously, shrouded in fear. Suddenly, she let out a shrill laugh and said, "Haha. You want to capture me to deal with His Highness? Let me tell you, it's impossible." After saying this, she gritted her teeth and committed suicide by taking poison. Her entire body suddenly froze. She fell onto the red quilt in the middle of the bed with a thud. Fan Xian shook his head, thinking that he had only wanted to kill her. With a wave of his arm, the tip of the sword pierced into the girl's throat. Continuing to pull in monthly votes, to be continued. If you want to know what happened after, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 378. An inauspicious bird cry rang out in the dark night. The clouds parted and the moon rose. Occasionally, a black shadow swept out from the treetops. Up the mountain. Fan Xian and Gao De returned to the carriage. Fan Xian said to Deng Ziyu, "Be quiet." Deng Ziyu nodded and gently waved the reins. The horse with its teeth pulled the carriage. It went around the deathly silent courtyard and headed toward the back of the city. Behind the courtyard was a hill hidden in the darkness. There were also spring trees. Looking down from there, no one should be able to discover their group. In the carriage, Fan Xian silently took off the gloves on his hands. The gloves were as thin as a layer of skin. He carefully wiped the blood on the soft sword with his glove and confirmed that there was no longer a trace of blood on the sword. Only then did he put the soft sword back to his waist. Then, he steadily flicked his index finger. Some powder fell on the glove, and with a boom, it burst into flames. Gao De glanced at him and took out a metal bucket from under the chair and placed it in front of him. Fan Xian threw the burning gloves into the metal bucket and narrowed his eyes at the gradually dwindling flame. The flames in his eyes also gradually extinguished. Before long, the carriage had already reached the top of the hill. The courtyard below was still silent. The people inside were either dead or unconscious, so they could not make any noise. No one knew that a murder had occurred inside, so no one would come to see. No one knew what Fan Xian was preparing to see by staying on the mountain behind. Deng Ziyu gently patted the back of the horse's neck. He entered the carriage and sat down silently. Fan Xian lifted a corner of the curtain and looked down. He didn't know how long he had looked, but there was still no change. It will probably be a long time before they discover what happened here. Deng Ziyu looked at the time. It should be the middle of the night. He urged Fan Xian, they won't come so early. Fan Xian smiled. He knew he was indeed a bit impatient. He quietly said something to Gao and then leaned against the back of the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Gao lifted up a blanket and covered his body. Gradually, his slightly cold body warmed. Fan Xian felt drowsiness in the warmth. Just like this, he fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an indeterminable amount of time, Fan Xian opened his eyes and made a sound of acknowledgement. Deng Ziyu lifted the curtain and glanced down. Lowering his voice, he said, "They're here." Fan Xian lifted the blanket and put his head by the window. He narrowed his eyes and looked down. Outside the house that Yuan Meng had been living in seclusion all this time, a person suddenly appeared. That person knocked on the door with familiarity. The rhythm of the knocking clearly hid some kind of secret signal. It seemed that he was the contact person of the Jiangnan forces responsible for contacting Yuan Meng. The man was wearing a thin cotton coat and had an ordinary appearance. He knocked on the door of the house for a long time and found that no one answered him. He seemed a little surprised and nervous and immediately retreated into the darkness. Fan Xian, who was watching from the top of the mountain, was not anxious. He knew that this person would definitely return. Sure enough, that person didn't go far. After a short while, a person's head sneakily poked out from the northwest wall. It was that person who was spying on what was happening in the courtyard. The man gathered his courage and jumped into the courtyard. The three people on the mountain could no longer see what that person saw in the courtyard. They could only hear an extremely suppressed soft cry. That person must have finally discovered the large number of corpses in the courtyard and the tragic scene of a pool of blood. The courtyard door was immediately pushed open. That person lowered his head and rushed into the darkness, presumably to report to his master. Fan Xian stretched lazily in the carriage and yawned. Only now did he notice that the sky was gradually turning white. He couldn't resist smiling and saying, "It's almost daybreak. If the other party wants to hide this matter, they have to hurry." Deng Ziyu nodded. Each manor has sent people to keep watch. Whoever receives this news tonight will have intelligence reports tomorrow. Fan Xian smiled and said, "Guess, who exactly are the people who are coming to take care of Yuan Meng's funeral today?" Deng Ziyu forced a smile and said, "The Suzhou government will certainly send people." "Sir, I'll keep watch here. You should go back to the manor and rest first." Fan Xian smiled and didn't say anything more. Yuan Meng's death shocked the Jiangnan officials who were secretly protecting her. Killing in the night and spying in the morning, anyone who could learn of Yuan Meng's death in such a short time and rush to take care of the funeral, was, of course, the official who played a dishonorable role in this matter. More accurately, who exactly were the eldest princess trusted aides in Jiangnan Road? They should be able to find out a bit this morning. Fan Xian had no other choice. The Overwatch Council did not have enough people in Jiangnan. It was impossible to place a fatal spy in every manor. They could only use the method of separating and monitoring and the method of killing Yuan Jingmeng to investigate. Recently, the Suzhou Zhizhou had been busy listening to Song Shiren and Qin Buchang's debate in court every day. Not only had he neglected government affairs, but his state of mind had also been greatly exhausted. Every night, he fell into a deep sleep. Even his most beloved third concubine rarely went to be intimate with her. Thus, when he was called out of his bed early this morning, he was very angry. After he heard the news, it was like a basin of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. All of his anger disappeared without a trace in an instant. Incomparable shock and deep worry surged into his mind. Yuan Meng was dead. This matter had happened too suddenly. How could he explain it to the second prince, the heir, and the eldest princess? As he hurriedly put on his clothes, he ordered someone to summon the advisor of the manor. By the time the advisor arrived, the Zhizhou had already put on his clothes. With a glimmer of complaint, he said, "Why did you come so slowly? Yuan Meng is dead." The advisors were all trusted aides of these old officials. There was nothing they would hide from each other. Of course, this advisor also knew about Yuan Meng's matter. He smiled bitterly and said, "If she's dead, then she's dead. Since the imperial envoy has come to Suzhou, and that Yuan Meng is still not willing to leave, in the end, only death awaits her." The Zhizhou furrowed his brows and said, "She hid it so well. You mean, it was the Overwatch Council who did it?" Other than the Overwatch Council, what other power in Jiangnan could silently kill Yuan Meng? The advisor analyzed. "Sir, you must not panic at this time. In any case, Yuan Meng is already dead, so it is impossible for the Overwatch Council to discover our connection to her. If you react inappropriately now, it will instead allow the Overwatch Council to discover your connection to this matter." The advisor's considerations were indeed sufficiently cautious. The Zhizhou thought for a bit and furrowed his brows. "But I still feel it is strange. If it was the imperial envoy who did it, why didn't he capture Yuan Meng and instead directly kill her? If the imperial envoy wanted to use the matter of the Ministry of Justice's wanted notice to move against me, then he shouldn't have handled it this way." The advisor also didn't understand this point and guessed, Yuan Meng was someone close to the second prince and the heir. Although the Ministry of Justice had issued a wanted notice, no official under heaven would dare to risk offending the nobles in the capital to capture her. "Sir, you don't have to worry too much. Everyone is like this. As for why the Overwatch Council didn't capture her alive, I think perhaps Yuan Meng knew she wouldn't be able to survive the Overwatch Council's punishment, so she committed suicide. We still have to go and see." The Zhizhou made up his mind. "At least we have to know some details." The advisor resolutely and decisively dissuaded, "Sir, you cannot go." The Zhizhou furrowed his brows. "Why?" "Naturally, I won't go in full glory. It's almost daybreak. If I don't quickly tidy up and word gets out, the Ministry of Justice in Jingdo will certainly have something to say. The Overwatch Council will also use this as a pretext to make a fuss. How will the Suzhou government answer the emperor's questions? If the Overwatch Council wanted to use this as a pretext to make a fuss, they wouldn't have made this a dead question today," the advisor reminded. "Who knows how many pairs of eyes are watching over there right now? Sir, you definitely cannot go. As for dealing with the aftermath, I'll disguise myself in a bit and bring some trusted aides over." The Zhizhou thought that this would indeed be much safer, so he agreed to this suggestion. This official and advisor thought their reaction could be considered cautious. They had not expected that when the advisor dressed as a morning attendant and slipped out from the back of the manor, a secret agent hidden in the alley outside the Zhizhou Yamen had long seen this scene clearly. By the time the Suzhou government advisor sat in the little green curtained sedan chair and came to the outskirts of the courtyard Yuan Meng was hiding in, he found that there were already strange people on the streets. His heart tightened. He lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and relaxed. He furrowed his brows at the cloth-clad man who had hurried to the side of the sedan chair and said, "What exactly happened? How did she just die like this?" The cloth-clad man was the Suzhou Thousand Man. He was also one of the officials who had been woken from his bed by the news of Yuan Meng's death. He should have been stationed outside the city, but his manor was inside the city, so he was the first person to arrive. Hearing the advisor's question, the thousand-man said without good humor, "You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask?" The advisor paused and got off the sedan chair. The two of them looked at each other's clothing and couldn't help but sigh and smile bitterly. They were official advisors, yet they were forced to wear the clothes of commoners. "Is the street clean?" The advisor turned his face slightly to the side, covering his face as he asked carefully. The thousand-man replied, "Don't worry, my subordinates have already cleaned it up. There shouldn't be anyone watching from the side." The advisor nodded and walked shoulder to shoulder with the thousand-man into the courtyard. Entering the courtyard and looking at the corpses all over the ground and the tragic sight, the advisor couldn't help but feel nauseous. He covered his mouth and nose and said, "Where is Yuan Meng's body?" "In the room." The advisor forcefully suppressed his nausea and fear and walked into the room to take a look. He saw Yuan Meng's death with her eyes wide open. Going forward to confirm that she was completely dead, the advisor relaxed a little and sighed. "I really don't know how to explain this to the capital." "Let's clean it up first," the thousand-man said hatefully. "It's almost daybreak. If someone sees this, it will probably immediately spread throughout Suzhou. What will we do then?" No one from the Ming family came. That group of unscrupulous merchants, they're afraid the imperial envoy is watching in the dark, so they won't show themselves. The two of them walked out of the courtyard door and were greeted by a few people who had come later. A number of people gathered together and spoke with heavy expressions. They felt that this matter should have been done by the Overwatch Council, but it also shouldn't have been done by the Overwatch Council. After discussing this and that, they came to a conclusion. They didn't know how to handle it. The wounds on the body have all been torn apart. Although it can be seen that it was a sword, it is difficult to see the style of the sword. We only know that there was only one person who did it. Of course, it was an ace. A person who looked like he was skilled in torture said in a low voice, "If it was the Overwatch Council who killed, why would they need to hide it?" In the end, it was the advisor representing the Suzhou Zhizhou who made the decision and coldly said, "It's better if this case is not solved. All of us need to retreat and have our subordinates clean this place up. If the Overwatch Council doesn't care, then we'll bury this matter. If the Overwatch Council really has spies following, in any case, don't drag us down. When the time comes and they ask, just say we received a report and came to look at the case." The Qian director made a pay sound and scolded, "I am a general, how can I come to look at the case?" The advisor rolled his eyes at him and said, "Who told you to rush over in such a hurry?" There was nothing to argue about. A number of people began to split up. Those responsible for cleaning up cleaned up, those responsible for burying people buried people, and those responsible for going back to the manor to do paperwork. As for whether or not this matter would be reported, it would depend on what the news from the imperial envoy's side was like. As these people were busy, they did not notice that on a distant hill, there was a completely black carriage slowly driving away like a ghost. The people had been killed by Fan Xian, yet these Jiangnan road officials had to bury them. However, he certainly did not have any thoughts of taking advantage of them. As for the sword wounds on the bodies in the courtyard, they had all been treated a second time because he didn't want Siga Jian's wounds to get out. Since it was impossible to frame Dongyi, then there was no need to take this risk. Thus, he didn't even let Gao De see his actions. Most importantly, he couldn't let the emperor in the palace know that he knew Siga Jian. Otherwise, the emperor would certainly think of the assassin in the Hanging Temple, Siga Jian's brother, and the Overwatch Council. That would bring a terrifying result. The carriage moved slowly. Fan Xian smiled coldly in the carriage and said, "Yuan Meng died, and the Jiangnan road officials are already so shocked. Are these officials all dogs raised by the eldest princess?" Deng Ziyuve glanced at Gao De and guessed that the commissioner wanted to borrow Gao Da's ears to complain to the emperor in the palace. He smiled and replied, "The eldest princess has been in Jiangnan for a long time. She will always have some trusted aides. Did you see all the people who came today clearly? Some of their faces are unfamiliar, but since these people all came from the manor, presumably, the spies below have seen them clearly. In a bit, there will be definite news." Deng Ziyu sighed. However, the Ming family is quite straightforward. They know they can't touch this matter, so they won't come. Fan Xian also felt it was a bit of a pity. He had thought that even if he couldn't use Yuan Mang's matter to dig out a large piece of the Ming family, he could at least make them feel a bit more uncomfortable. The carriage quietly traveled to Hua Garden. Fan Xian felt a bit sleepy and waved his hand for the two of them to go rest while he returned to the back residence. Cici had been lying on the table waiting for his return. Seeing him enter the room, she quickly poured hot water for him to warm his feet. She knew that the young master didn't want too many people to know about what happened tonight, so it wasn't convenient for her to order the servants and serving girls to make hot food. She personally brought over the bird's nest that had been warmed in the water and helped him eat it. Fan Xian drank all the paste in the bowl in one gulp with satisfaction. After warming his feet, he fell onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't wake up until the afternoon. He didn't know what kind of changes would occur in Suzhou because of Yuan Mang's death, but he didn't care too much. Knowing that he had woken up, Deng Ziyu walked in somewhat haggard after Cici's announcement and handed him the case file in his hands. Fan Xian took it and glanced through it. Written on it were all the yamens that had acted strangely in Suzhou this morning. He couldn't resist narrowing his eyes and sighing. F***ck, this city full of officials, they are all enemies. Are they going to let people live their days? Once Yuan Mang died, they were able to keep their composure. Deng Ziyu forced a smile and said, "The officials are caught in the middle. Their days are not going to be easy." Fan Xian shook his head and smiled coldly. "Since we already have the name list, their days in the future will be even harder. Send the name list back to Jingdo and have the second bureau begin to investigate the old records. If we want to move against someone, we have to dig out his past. Even if he took a dozen liang of silver a dozen years ago, we still have to dig it out." Deng Ziyu knew that as Fan Xian made up his mind to move against the Ming family, he would also move against these officials along the way. He didn't dare to breathe too loudly and agreed in a low voice. When Fan Xian read to the end, the anger in his eyes gradually rose. Hatefully, he threw the file onto the table and cursed in a low voice, as expected, Xue Qing also knows of this matter. This Sir Sure is jubilant on the wall. For Fan Xian, killing Yuan Jingmeng today would not shock him with any information that the Jiangnan officialdom would reveal because of this. The eldest princess and the Ming family had operated in Jiangnan for a long time. This area of officialdom was filled with their people. Given the power and position in Fan Xian's hands, he was not worried in the face of this kind of resistance. What he wanted to see clearly was how the Jiangnan governor, Xue Qing, was prepared to stand in this matter. Xue Qing was a border official. Even if Fan Xian had the identity of an imperial envoy, he couldn't do anything to him. Furthermore, the governor was also in charge of civil and military affairs. The power he could control was too great. If even he stood against Fan Xian, the resistance to Fan Xian taking in the Ming family would become abnormally strong. Deng Ziyu saw his slightly angry expression and carefully comforted, "The governor's manor has received the news, but it has not made a sound, nor has there been any reaction. Sir, after all, he is a governor. If the officials below him have connections in the capital and Yuan Jingmeng is hiding in Jiangnan, this matter cannot be hidden from him. However, he doesn't want to offend you, and he certainly doesn't want to offend the princes in the capital. This matter doesn't mean anything. Governor Xue should still be neutral." Fan Xian thought for a moment and also found that his reaction seemed to have been a bit excessive. Perhaps it was the hidden nervousness under these few days of laxness that made him overly sensitive. He couldn't help smiling self-mockingly and said, "Thank you for your auspicious words, but you should still go make arrangements. The day after tomorrow, I will visit Xueqing again." Deng Ziyu was startled and seemed to have something he wanted to say. Fan Xian glanced at him and smiled. "If you have any ideas, just say them. Why are you still acting like a woman in front of me?" Deng Ziyu smiled and said, "I don't think you should be in a rush to visit Sir Xue in the near future." "Oh. Why is that?" Fan Xian asked curiously. Deng Ziyu analyzed, "After all, the governor is still neutral. If you visit the manor, given your personality, you will probably immediately force the governor to immediately take a stand. What if the governor doesn't do as you wish, then what should we do? In my opinion, it is best to let Governor Xue maintain the attitude of watching the show. We will continue to do what we need to do, and the Ming family will continue to press. As long as the governor does not make up his mind, there will be no one who can oppose you. Then, we will have more time to do things." He continued, "You want the governor to make up his mind. In reality, the slower the governor makes up his mind, the better it is for us." Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said, "Right now, we are only making small moves against the Ming family. Xueqing can still watch the show. If after the new year I actually make a killing move, Xueqing can't continue to watch the show. At that time, he will have to pick a side. My heart is a bit unsteady." Deng Ziyu thought for a bit and smiled. "I think, at least wait until you go to Wuzhou before we talk." Fan Xian immediately understood his meaning. Governor Xueqing of Jiangnan Road was the former Prime Minister Lin Ruofu's favorite student, and Lin Ruofu was De Bao and Wan Er's father, his father-in-law. Even if Xueqing didn't have to give his father-in-law a face right now, his father-in-law would certainly know Xueqing's bottom line. That makes sense. Fan Xian immediately felt his heart relax a great deal. Laughing loudly, he said, "Stand in line and add weight. Although my father-in-law is almost rusty, his weight is not light." Deng Ziyu chuckled. Fan Xian looked at Deng Ziyu's tired expression and asked curiously, "You didn't sleep in the morning?" Deng Ziyu respectfully replied, "I had to confirm this information, so I spent some time." Fan Xian had wanted to urge him to relax, but thinking of his earlier behavior, it seemed that he was in no position to convince the other party. He couldn't resist smiling. Suddenly, he thought of another matter and asked seriously, "Ziyu, before you entered the Qinian unit, you were in the second bureau, right?" Deng Ziyu glanced at him in astonishment and nodded. He didn't know why the commissioner would suddenly ask this question. Wang Qinian will return to the country at the end of summer. Fan Xian looked at him and smiled. Fan Xian looked at him and smiled. The council is preparing to let him take over the first bureau. Thus, Shangjing and Northern Qi need someone who can hold the fort. You've been with me for almost 2 years and have seen some things. Do you have the courage to travel north? For now, I won't ask for monthly votes in the title. I just don't think it's pretty enough. Allow me to say a few words inside. In reality, I've already put in a lot of effort in asking for monthly votes, only I don't know how to ask for them. I really want monthly votes. This is the truth. I really don't know how to ask for votes. This is also the truth. I had diarrhea today and was very miserable. Can this be considered a reason to ask for votes? If I want to add more updates, I really don't have that ability. Comfort myself and everyone. My updates excel in stability and endurance. To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 379. Deng Ziyu thought for a moment and understood the commissioner's words very clearly. The so-called head of Northern Qi was indeed a risky assignment. However, it was also the most important link on the Overwatch Council's external battlefront. Anyone who had held this position would be given an important position after returning home. There was no need to talk about the previous Yan Bingyun, Sir Yan Jr. At such a young age, he had already become the head of the 4th Bureau. Everyone knew that after Director Qin retired and Sir Fan Jr. took over the position of director, Sir Yan Jr. would certainly have an even more important assignment. Deng Ziyu's familiar old superior, Wang Qinian, had been in the council for 10 years. The moment he met Fan Xian, he had been sent to Northern Qi. Hearing the commissioner's earlier words, after Wang Qinian returned home, he would also become the new head of the 1st Bureau. The trip to Northern Qi was risky, but it was also political gilding. The commissioner had asked him if he was willing to go to Northern Qi because he was prepared to promote him. Furthermore, he had heard that the old head of the 2nd Bureau was getting old and preparing to retire. He had also come from the 2nd Bureau. Deng Ziyu's heart was endlessly excited. He knelt in front of Fan Xian and said in a low voice, "I will listen to your arrangements." Fan Xian smiled and didn't continue to say anything. Through the Jiangnan matter, he felt more and more that although the emperor trusted him greatly, he still absolutely prevented him from having any connection with the military. It was to the extent that when he did things, the absolute power he held in his hands was still limited. Otherwise, he would not be so afraid of the existence of the Jiangnan governor, Xue Qing. The person sitting on the throne didn't even trust his legitimate son, much less Fan Xian. Fan Xian knew that it was already good that the emperor had given him so much power. However, he also knew that the other party would not allow him to expand his power. Since it was difficult to obtain power from outside, then Fan Xian had to hold the power he already held more firmly. For example, the Overwatch Council in the post-Qin Pingping era had to change its blood. It had to be replenished with new blood loyal to him. Deng Ziyu reported to him the Overwatch Council's recent actions in Jiangnan. The main focus was still on the Ming family. Although the Overwatch Council was in charge of supervising the governance of officials and did not have direct power over the power of the people, there was no lack of reasons from the government in this world. The Overwatch Council had already made early preparations. At any time, they could follow Fan Xian's orders and intervene in Jiangnan affairs. From the palace treasury to Suzhou to the docks, from the tents to the warehouses, they would suppress the Ming family in all aspects. This was all Fan Xian could do at the moment. Since they could not find concrete evidence of the Ming family's crimes, it was impossible to use official power to suppress them. The officials of Jiangnan Road were all watching him. Presently, the Overwatch Council's job was to further reduce the Ming family's income through harassment of the Ming family's trade routes, as well as the Palace Treasury Transport Company tampering with the supply of goods. This would cause the other party's flowing silver to sink into a shortage. Only by doing this could they force the Ming family to continue moving silver on a large scale. And the method was actually hidden in the transfer of silver. How long has it been since there was any news from the island? Fan Xian furrowed his brows. The island matter that was enough to crush the Ming family had suddenly sunk into silence. Deng Ziyu heard Fan Xian's worry and also had some misgivings in his heart. He reported, the Chuanzhou branch also feels that the matter is strange and has already sent people to the island. There will probably be news back the day after tomorrow. Jiangnan was vast. It would take too long for news to travel from the islands of the Eastern Sea to Suzhou. Fan Xian knew that he could only wait for now. After Deng Ziyu left, only then did Fan Xian feel a little tired. He stretched and walked out of the room, taking a stroll in Hua Garden. Although the Hua Garden was Yang Jimei's luxurious garden, it wasn't tainted with too much of the wealthy aura of a salt merchant or the arrogant smell of illicit salt peddlers. Instead, it was beautiful and elegant. The shallow flowing water, verdant fake mountains, layer upon layer of mountain peaks, and the pavilions that lined the corridors and the mountain pavilions were all arranged by the skillful hands of the designer back then. The entire garden seemed to have come to life, like the verdant mountains of Jiangnan, like the clear water of West Lake, gently and lightly surrounding the people in the garden. This kind of skillful arrangement of man and nature being one was, without question, what the direct descendant of Tianyi Dao, Haitang, most of her time in Suzhou was spent quietly thinking in the garden and did not go out to seek out the elegance of the Jiangnan people. Thus, when Fan Xian saw the flowery clothing by the little lake, he was not surprised. Such a thing as fishing does not seem to suit you. He walked to the edge of the lake and sat down. He was slightly closer to the shore than Haitang. There was a foot of distance between the two of them. From this angle, he could just see Haitang's steady shoulders and the flowery cloth wrapped around her head. Beside her was a normal yellow straw hat. Haitang did not turn her head and replied evenly, "Why not?" The bamboo pole in her hand did not move at all. Only the tip of the pole nodded as if greeting the fish in the water. There was no other meaning. Fan Xian smiled and rubbed his moss-covered hands carelessly by his side. Fishing is also killing. I'll teach you a method. You don't need to put out bait. Just use your heart to fish. This was a trick he had read in the novels of his previous life. In those mysterious novels, mysterious characters liked to play the most. Unexpectedly, Haitang still did not turn her head or move. On the contrary, she laughed mockingly and said, "What a boring thing. If you don't use bait, does that mean you don't want to fish?" Fishing in the heart, since what you seek is temperament, if your heart is hooked, then naturally you're hooking. As for whether or not you can hook it, what difference does it make? Fan Xian was angry and bitter. He just wanted to chat. Why did she have to create such a pointless conversation? Haitang turned her head to glance at him and smiled. "I know your heart hasn't been calm these days. Why don't we sit together? Fishing is very good at calming the heart." Fan Xian shook his head and smiled. A gentleman stays away from the kitchen, much less a fishing net and hunting fork. Haitang couldn't resist rolling her eyes at him and shaking her head. Hypocritical fellow. Fan Xian chuckled and moved forward a little. Unexpectedly, his bottom slipped and he almost slid into the lake. It made his hands and feet flustered and he began to cry out. There were rocks by the lake but no trees or grass. Other than Haitang, there was no place for him to lean on. Very naturally, his hands grabbed onto Haitang's shoulders. Haitang's shoulders shook slightly and shook his hands away. She turned her hand around to hold onto his wrist and helped him stabilize his balance. Smiling slightly, she said, "Not only are you hypocritical, even your acting is so fake. How can there be a 9th level ace in this world who can't even sit steadily?" Fan Xian raised his head to the sky and sighed. The world doesn't know me, and Duo doesn't believe me. How can I live like this? Haitang flipped her wrist and had him sit beside her. Very naturally, she took out another fishing rod beside her and stuffed it into Fan Xian's hand. Since you want to fish, you have to be patient. Don't rush. Her words carried a double meaning, but Fan Xian knew that she was not talking about the problem of picking up girls. Rather, it was the problem of dealing with the situation in Jiangnan. He smiled and took out an earthworm from the small clay jar beside him. He hung it on the hook and dropped it into the water. He then scattered some of the scraps Duo had prepared and put them into the water to lure the fish. The lakeside immediately entered a state of calm. A moment later, Fan Xian's clear and light voice broke this rare tacit understanding. I am patient, and I am not in a rush. The situation in Jiangnan is not difficult to control. Furthermore, the plan has been set. I have the confidence to walk it step by step. The problem is that Jiangnan is watching Jingdou, but I cannot control what will happen in Jingdou. Things there could develop in the direction I want them to, or they could suddenly erupt into a major incident that no one can react to. Major incident. Correct. Fan Xian didn't continue. He only carried a glimmer of doubt and a glimmer of sincere admiration. You know I am the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, then you must also know who the true elders of the Overwatch Council are. Xiao An of the north, Ping Ping of the south. There was a glimmer of bitterness in Haitang's smile. That Director Qin has killed countless people in the north. How could we not remember him? Fan Xian smiled and said, each has their own master, and each has their own beliefs. The two sides were once enemies. It is natural for you to kill me. I just want you to know that this old man is one of the two people in the world that I cannot see clearly. Two people. Haitang turned her head curiously. Correct, Fan Xian said with a cautious expression. With a cautious expression, Fan Xian said, even if it's my emperor or your emperor, I can guess some of their thoughts and positions. Since they sit on the dragon chair, they must think about things related to this chair. However, Chen Pingping is different. As they say, having no desires makes one strong, and having tolerance is great. When a person is about to die, his words cannot be pondered. What exactly this old man wants to do and what he is doing, I cannot see clearly. Given his present position, there is absolutely no need for him to be involved in the fight for the throne. Regardless of who becomes the prince, he must be treated well. Furthermore, he has always been so calm. It does not match his way of doing things in his life. Chen Pingping was the most famous schemer in the world. For such a person, it was fine if he did not act. Once he did, it would flip the world upside down. Haitang thought for a moment and then quietly said, if you hadn't avoided me and explained clearly the relationship between your mother and Director Qin, I would certainly have a different view of this matter. Everyone in the world would probably think that Chen Pingping's high regard for you is completely because of the Qing Emperor's edict. Correct. Through the things you've told me in the past, I seem to be able to see some unfavorable trends. Haitang smiled self-mockingly. You want to support the third prince. Would Chen Pingping want to support you? It is too difficult, Fan Xian said with a frown. There are some problems with my birth. If I don't sweep clean the nobles in the palace, I will not be able to enter the palace. Furthermore, who knows who was hiding behind the events of the past? I will figure this matter out one day. However, I can't rush it right now. As for what you said about the director's intentions. He smiled slightly and shook his head. Being an emperor is not being a commissioner. For such an important matter, if he didn't inform me, he would not dare to do it alone. Haitang sank into deep thought. A moment later, she shook her head and sighed. If I can't figure it out, then don't think about it for now. Jiangnan is only a small fish. Jingdou is the big fish. Fan Xian's eyes were calm as he stared at the two slightly undulating lines on the surface of the lake. After a long time, he said, fishing. I'm still worried whether I've caught a fish or if I've been dragged into the water by the fish and will never be able to climb back up. Haitang smiled and said, you've long gotten your feet wet by the river. Even if you don't want to step into the water, it's impossible. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and said, that's true. However, there is a sense of uncertainty. I don't like the feeling of having things that are not in my control. No one, not even the ruler of a country, can control everything, Haitang said quietly. I just have to try my best to grasp the bigger picture. That is already good enough. Just now, you said there were two people you had never been able to see through. One was Chen Pingping. Who was the other? Haitang was very interested in this question. She knew that Fan Xian was very confident in his ability to read people. He could even grasp certain aspects of the Qing Emperor's thoughts, yet he admitted there were people he could not see through. She very much wanted to know who the second person was. My father, Fan Xian said with a slight smile. Fan Xian smiled slightly and said, actually, he is the same as Chen Pingping. They are both very powerful figures. However, Chen Pingping has always been bobbing up and down on the surface of the water while he has always been at the bottom. Although I am his son, I do not know his true thoughts. Fan Xian treated Chen Pingping and Fan Jian as if they were his father. He was sincere and not suspicious. After his mother passed away, he took charge of vengeance. On the night of Jingdo's bloodshed 14 years ago, he cleanly washed the Empress's family in blood. Later, as he grew up, the care and love these two fathers gave him all made Fan Xian feel deep admiration. Strangely, it just so happened that the two people closest to him were the ones he could not see through the most. So, what you've always been worried about is not Jiangnan but Jingdo, Haitang smiled slightly. With these two unfathomable figures behind you, you indeed do not need to worry about the Jiangnan matter. I am the whetstone the Emperor has set for those brothers, Fan Xian smiled slightly. This Jiangnan matter, the eldest princess, the crown prince, and the second prince, are they not whetstones father and Chen Pingping have set for me? The elders all have high hopes for me. I am very gratified. The word gratified was said with incomparable annoyance. The two thin fishing lines continued to sink steadily into the gentle surface of the water. There was not the slightest tremor caused by the wrist. Haitang glanced at him and said, looks like you indeed don't need to use fishing to train your nature. Fan Xian said, my personality has always been firm and determined. My state of mind is calm. It is difficult for external things to haunt me. For Fan Xian, admitting his good points in front of a woman was not embarrassing to blow his own trumpet. Rather, it was a very good self-analyzing attitude. Just how old are you now? Haitang asked curiously. She could not understand how such a young person could suddenly grasp great power in his hands and deal with the complicated affairs of one side and still maintain such a calm state of mind. Fan Xian replied very quickly and asked back, how old are you this year? Haitang pressed her lips together. Her eyes were bright, making the blue lake in front of her lose its spirit. She refused to answer this question. Fan Xian huffed and said, I turned 18 on the 8th of the new year. Haitang shook her head mockingly and said, looking at the way you usually do things, it's not like no one would believe you if you said you were 80. Old people had experienced the spring wind, summer rain, autumn frost, and winter snow. They had long seen everything in the world. That was why they could use a pair of seemingly indifferent eyes to see through everything in this world. Only because they had experienced it could they look down on it. Only then could they use the calmest state of mind and the most ruthless methods to face those seemingly unusually complicated situations. A necessary foundation for a schemer was that he had fewer desires. Thus, there were fewer openings that could be used by the enemy. Thus, from ancient times until now, those who were famous for scheming were either old men or old women or eunuchs. Young people were always hot-blooded, such as the second prince, the crown prince, and even the eldest princess. Thus, they would sometimes make unwise choices. For someone like Fan Xian, who had the experience of two lives, although he had been given a sorrowful 80-year-old label by Haitang, when he did things, he was indeed as patient as an old man. While using Xia Qifei to fight the family property lawsuit against the Ming family, the rest of the Overwatch Council remained silent. It was not until the storm of the family property lawsuit was about to die down that the Overwatch Council acted. For a moment, many officials of Jiangnan Road were politely invited to the 4th Bureau Inspection Office in Jiangnan Road to drink tea. Everyone knew that the Overwatch Council's tea was authentic Longjing tea. The fragrance of the tea filled the air, but no official wanted to drink it. Although not many of the Jiangnan Road officials were detained for the sake of Governor Shuiqing, during the process of drinking tea and chatting, the Overwatch Council would occasionally talk about some old matters that still made the officials tremble in fear. After they returned to their manners, they began to worry about their own futures and personal safety. Correspondingly, the officials who were reminded also noticed that they could no longer protect the Ming family too openly. On the other hand, the Overwatch Council also began to harass the Ming family's business. Although they could not directly seize people and seize goods, using the excuse of investigating Dongyi spies, within a day, the Ming family's shops began to be inspected by the government. The Ming family's fleet also encountered unprecedented trouble while transporting goods. Although the Overwatch Council did not find any major evidence against the Ming family other than a few small crimes of carrying personal goods, under the repeated harassment, they successfully forced the Ming family's favored industrial system to slow down. What the business was particular about was the speed at which goods could be transported and converted into cash. It was like an endless river. Presently, the Overwatch Council was like countless grains of sand slowly sinking into the river. As the flow of the river slowed, the silt also settled down. It was originally a pool of running water, but now it gradually became muddy, making it difficult to move around. The Overwatch Council's actions used the least manpower and aroused the least discussion, but the results achieved were quite good. After the Ming family had paid the palace treasury's large amount of bidding silver, for the first time in many years, they felt their cash flow was stretched thin. Now, they were being harassed by the Overwatch Council. Their cash flow was becoming less and less, and they were forced to transfer silver from Taiping Money House. At the same time, the eldest branch, Mingqingda, also began to secretly sign a bill of exchange from Zhaoshang Money House. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 380. For many years, the Ming family had lived and multiplied in the Jiangnan area. After decades of careful management and bold expansion by several generations of masters, they finally became one of the largest families in the world. Later, they climbed onto the eldest princess relationship and became a palace treasury royal merchant. Using the endless flow of silver brought by the palace treasury goods, the Ming family's hands and feet extended even further and deeper. Not only did they own countless businesses in Suzhou and Hangzhou, directly controlling large amounts of ships, carriages, and shops, but the family members also indirectly controlled many unremarkable businesses that were deeply connected to the people of Jiangnan. For example, grain, oil, meals, brothels. Some people even said that as soon as a Jiangnan person opened their door, they would certainly come into contact with the Ming family's businesses. For such a large family, the factions within the family were unusually complicated. However, the highest power was still held by the 6 sons of the 2 branches of the Ming family. The other, more distant branches were only responsible for managing the middle and lower level businesses. Because the old Ming matriarch deeply understood the danger of internal divisions in the family, the first arrangement she made after she took sole control of the Ming family was that other than the branch of the eldest branch, Mingqingda, all of the other 5 Ming children only had the right to receive dividends. They had no power to make any arrangements or suggestions regarding the Ming family's enormous businesses. They were strictly forbidden from participating in the family business. This arrangement was, without question, a wise one. At least it used such a powerful method to ensure the Ming family's unity and good cooperation on the surface. It did not produce the same problems as other families. Until now, the family could still be considered to be unified against outsiders. Although they could not participate in the family business, the other 5 masters received the large dividends from the family every year. They could not hide so much silver under the blankets and give birth to little silver chicks. They had to use it to invest in the outside world. Naturally, they also did a lot of business in Jiangnan. The Ming family used this method to stretch their hands further and further. In the end, the businesses of these branches still had to cling on to the Ming family. If the Ming family fell, the businesses of the 5 masters would also have major problems. Thus, they had to use the power in their hands to protect and escort the eldest branch. Thus, in Fan Xian's eyes, these businesses that did not belong to the Ming family in name still had the Ming surname. Naturally, the Overwatch Council began to harass these businesses equally. This time, the 5 masters could not stand it. They thought to themselves that they did not receive many benefits from the family, and they were still implicated. The more they did business, the more difficult it became. What could they do? Open your dog eyes and look, it's the 4th master in front of you. The 4th master of the Ming family was born of a concubine. His position in the family was not high, so he always liked to walk birds for fun to avoid offending the old matriarch and big brother. Each year, he used the silver he earned to do some business. He opened a vegetable and fruit trading business and did some business that the official fingers missed. Naturally, his days passed very smoothly. But recently, no matter what, he couldn't be happy. The trading company was being investigated every day, and business was slightly declining. Although the results weren't too serious, the bad trend was clear. The officials who usually nodded and bowed in front of him were also rarely willing to drink tea with him. He understood that the Overwatch Council had been frightened by those officials. However, it was not up to the person in front of him to provoke him. A glimmer of viciousness flashed across the 4th master's slightly pale face. He slapped the southern barbarian in front of him until he spun 3 times in place. A red handprint suddenly appeared on his face, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his lips. The 4th master of the Ming family was the largest vegetable and fruit seller in Suzhou. He didn't look like much, but he had a monopoly on 30% of the Jiangnan fruit business. Including the matters of income to the palace, he single-handedly took care of it. There was no problem in calling him the king of melons. Furthermore, he relied on the Ming family's power to establish his own guild and take care of the entire Jiangnan fruit market. In all these years, there had never been a powerful figure who dared to come to his fields to pick some fruits to eat. However, a merchant had suddenly come from Lingnan and jumped over the agreement between the Ming and Xiong families. Without going through the 4th master's hands, he directly sold fruits to Suzhou. Lingnan's weather was hot and the fruit was beautiful. As long as the problem of long-distance transportation was solved, there would be great profits to be made. If that merchant had understood the rules, he would have first paid his respects to the 4th master after coming to Suzhou. Perhaps the 4th master would have nodded his head and given him some shares to do business. Who knew whether this merchant didn't understand the rules or if he had something he could rely on? He relied on the fact that he had a lot of goods and a low price to forcefully lower the price of melons in Suzhou and even Jiangnan by 20% within 10 days. This merchant's business also rapidly expanded. The 4th master's face was full of a sinister smile as he stared at the Lingnan merchant he had slapped to the ground. He chuckled and said, "Now who dares to bully the Ming family? A mere southern barbarian, where did you get the courage?" In reality, he knew that when his family's business began to be suppressed by the Overwatch Council, no matter how useful the Overwatch Council could be, once this kind of news spread and the trend took shape, countless merchant powers that had been suppressed by his family in the past would begin to stir. They would want to take advantage of the Ming family being badly battered to take advantage of the opportunity to gain some benefits. However, the fourth master could not do anything to Imperial Envoy Fan Xian. He didn't even have the time to be afraid. How could he allow a southern barbarian to mess around on his territory? Use a stick to teach him a lesson. The fourth master looked at the Lingnan melon merchant crying and begging for mercy on the ground. A glimmer of disdain flashed across the corner of his lips. As his voice fell, a wretched cry rang out again from the yard. The fourth master's subordinates held wooden sticks and smashed them viciously toward the Lingnan melon merchant's body. The blows rang out. Who knew how many of the poor merchant's bones had been broken? The wretched cries gradually quieted. His entire body was covered in blood as he was knocked unconscious. To the side, the trusted accountant's heart trembled as he watched this bloody scene. He moved closer and said, "Fourth master, this person should be someone from the Xiong family." "I know," the fourth master said in a severe voice. "Xiong Bailing, that old bastard, wants to use this melon merchant to test us. If I don't retaliate, he will actually think that the Ming family is easy to bully." The accountant smiled bitterly and said, "Fourth master, at this time of year, we can't bring trouble to the family." The fourth master thought of something and his expression darkened. "The old matriarch is already beginning to suspect me. If I don't act rash right now, what should I do?" Countless complicated emotions welled up in the accountant's heart. He didn't know what to say. The fourth master stood up from his chair and gazed at the blood-covered Lingnan merchant on the ground. In a dark voice, he said, "It's not that I won't let you do business, but doing business is not bullying people. You can't bully me." The Lingnan merchant had already woken up. Hearing these words, he was quite frightened and quickly nodded his head furiously. "Hand over 10,000 liang of silver. At the same time, bring the price back down. Let's compete fairly." The fourth master chuckled. His laughter was incomparably dark and severe. "You won't bully me, so naturally, I won't bully you." After dealing with this person, the fourth master called for people to drag the merchant out. Looking at the bloodstains on the floor, he spat and cursed through gritted teeth. "Fan Xian bullied me, and I didn't retaliate. Who the F***ck is the Xiong family?" Returning to the room, the fourth master washed his hands and rolled up his sleeves. He took down the birdcage from the side of the corridor and began to play with it. He whistled, but his gaze was distant. The accountant followed behind him timidly and said in a low voice, "Fourth master, you're saying, the matter of you meeting with Xia Qifei has been found out by the old matriarch." The fourth master's body froze. Suddenly, he cursed angrily, "Isn't it all your rotten idea? You said to have a foot in two boats, that the seventh Ming master had survived a great disaster, that he was bound to have good fortune in the future, and that he had the imperial envoy's support. The public property would eventually be taken back by him. You wanted me to meet him and speak first. F***ck, the next day, I was called over by the old matriarch to be scolded and almost didn't come out alive." He was incomparably angry. With great difficulty, he calmed the emotions in his chest and coldly said, "The Overwatch Council has been targeting our family recently. If I wasn't more vicious today, how would the old matriarch and big brother see me?" The accountant didn't dare to breathe loudly after being scolded by his master. With a sullen face, he said, "But Master Xia wanted to meet with you that day, and you had to refuse." "Fourth master, you really don't want to hear what Master Xia said." Seventh brother, seventh brother. The fourth master thought of his younger brother who had suddenly appeared and felt it was strange. Concerning the matter of Xia Qifei and his mother being harmed by the old Ming matriarch, he had only occasionally heard about it. He and his mother were clean, so he was not afraid of the other party like the eldest branch. Thinking of the words Xia Qifei had conveyed to the imperial envoy that day, a light flashed through his eyes. He sighed helplessly and said, "I'm afraid of the imperial envoy, but I'm even more afraid of the old matriarch. Furthermore, the Ming family is, after all, our Ming family. If they really listened to you and joined hands with Xia Qifei, with such a terrifying imperial envoy watching from behind, the Ming family would become the court's Ming family." The fourth master smiled wretchedly and said, "No matter how tyrannical the eldest branch is, we have been brothers for so many years. In the end, my surname is still Ming." The accountant didn't dare to continue persuading. The fourth master had officially rejected the good intentions Fan Xian had conveyed through Xia Qifei. Thus, the response from Hua Garden quickly arrived at the large manor he had bought in the south of Suzhou. The Suzhou government bailiffs pushed open the door and entered. Under the watchful gaze of the Ming family thugs, they trembled as they arrived at the Tang family home. They took out the notice and requested that the fourth master follow them back to the Suzhou government for a hearing. The fourth master had not expected that he would also be taken in for questioning. He yelled at the bailiffs in a stern voice, "Are you confused? Who is reporting me? What are you reporting me for?" The bailiffs had no choice. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, how would he dare to offend the true fourth master of the Ming family? Usually, he wished he could kneel on the ground and lick the other's boots. The bailiffs forced a smile and sent a gaze toward the fourth master, indicating that there was someone behind him. He lowered his voice and pleaded, "It is a Lingnan merchant. He is reporting that the fourth master of the Ming family is tyrannizing the market, injuring people, and allowing slaves to commit murder." The fourth master paused and furrowed his brows. He had not thought that the Lingnan merchant would dare to report him. Furthermore, he had not thought that the Suzhou government would accept this case. It had already been many years. The Ming family was special in Jiangnan. The Suzhou government had such a close relationship with the Ming family. How could they accept the Lingnan merchant's complaint? Although the Overwatch Council had recently been playing with the Ming family, the Overwatch Council's biggest problem was that they could not interfere with local government affairs. They also could not directly interfere with civil affairs. The Overwatch Council could not take the lead in such criminal cases. Thus, when he allowed slaves to commit murder earlier, he had not been too worried. However, the Suzhou government had actually sent someone. His gaze passed over the head of the bailiffs and saw an unfamiliar court official standing behind a few officials. Looking at the officials' robes, the rank was not high. Furthermore, it did not look like the clothing of the court system. His eyes narrowed and guessed the other party's identity. From the moment the Lingnan merchant entered the courtyard, all of this had been watched by Overwatch Council officials. No wonder the other party had reacted so quickly. The fourth master's eyelids twitched. He knew he had miscalculated one thing. Although the Overwatch Council could not directly interrogate him, they could keep an eye on the Suzhou government. If the Suzhou government truly ignored him, the Overwatch Council would probably capture the Suzhou government officials and bring them back for questioning. With such a powerful deterrent here, no wonder the Suzhou government dared to capture him today. He laughed coldly and gazed at the bailiffs. "So what if I don't go?" The bailiffs were so anxious he was about to cry. He pleaded, "Fourth master, at least give the Zhizhou some face." The Ming family servants all began to clamor. Holding wooden sticks in their hands, they surrounded the bailiffs in the middle. Their cold gazes, intentionally or not, stared at the Overwatch Council official at the back of the crowd. The fourth bureau official of the Overwatch Council smiled slightly and said, "Brothers, what exactly are you planning to do? There seems to be someone here, preparing to rebel. Beating up officials and not listening to court orders, what was the difference between this and rebellion?" Hearing these words, the Suzhou government official knew that this person had to be captured and brought back today. Otherwise, the Zhizhou would not be able to answer to the Overwatch Council. The Lingnan merchant's wretched state had already been seen by people in the court. Furthermore, people from Hua Garden had also come and were drinking tea in the tea shop opposite the court. None of their actions could be hidden from the imperial envoy's eyes. The official steeled his heart and looked at the fourth master and said, "Fourth master, please." He used his gaze to endlessly signal to the other party to let him understand that now was not the same as in the past. When it was time to submit first. As for after he was taken into the Suzhou government, naturally, there would be a chance to turn things around. The fourth master lowered his head slightly and muttered to himself for a long time, forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart. He also understood what the situation was and nodded his head. The official let out a big breath and sighed, "Fourth master, pity me." The young Overwatch Council official of the Fourth Bureau looked at this scene with a cold smile from the back. The accounts master moved closer to the fourth master's side and worriedly said, "Fourth master, what do we do?" The fourth master laughed sinisterly and smashed the bird cage in his hand onto the ground, shattering it. Bird feathers flew chaotically, and bird blood splattered everywhere. He smiled coldly and said, "So be it. All these years, I've only had tea in the back garden of the Suzhou government. I haven't had the opportunity to see the true appearance of the Suzhou prison. Today, I'll go and open my eyes." He lowered his voice and hurriedly said, "Immediately send a message back to Ming Garden. Have Big Brother bail me out, don't worry. The old matriarch will trust me even more because of this matter." After giving his orders, the fourth master of the Ming family was, for the first time in his life, invited back to the prison of the Suzhou government. Looks like fourth brother doesn't have any other intentions. After the news was sent back to Ming Garden, Ming Qingda sent people to open up the channels while he walked into the quiet courtyard his mother lived in. He reported to the old matriarch sitting on the chair, "I'll go and bring him back right now." Although a Lingnan merchant was injured and the Suzhou government is under pressure from the Overwatch Council to bring him back, the matter is not big. There shouldn't be any future trouble. Sir Fan Jr. will not be able to use this matter to bite fourth brother to death. On the chair, the old Ming matriarch sank into silence. Her old and sunken eyes were closed as if she was thinking about something. She still did not reply to Ming Qingda's words. Ming Qingda felt it was strange. A moment later, a chill surged through him. The old Ming matriarch slowly opened her listless eyes and said, "The Ming family is already in a precarious situation. Fourth brother first met with Xia Qifei in secret. This is disloyalty. Later, he acted rashly and caused the family to worry about him. This is unfilial. Such a disloyal and unfilial person, why protect him?" After Ming Qingda's silence, he became sorrowful again. The Ming family's predetermined strategy against Fan Xian's aggressive attacks was to retreat in order to advance and play with sadness. That was why he had knelt in the palace treasury and fallen ill afterward. Presently, the Overwatch Council was threatening fiercely. The Ming family was trembling and appeared very pitiful. However, the old Ming matriarch's intention seemed to be to open an even deeper wound on her family's wound. He took a deep breath and calmly said, "Presently, the situation is still within our grasp. Sir Fan Jr. can only walk on the periphery and cannot hold on to our true weakness. At this time, there is no need to sacrifice so much. After all, he is of the Ming family's blood." The old Ming matriarch glanced at him coldly and emotionlessly. "The imperial envoy will push harder and harder. In the end, we will need to sacrifice someone we can bring out in exchange for the sympathy of the Jiangnan people and the inclination of the gentry under heaven. Now that fourth brother has been taken into prison, isn't this the best opportunity? If people know that the imperial envoy forced an old master of the Ming family to death for money, the court will be shocked. We will receive a lot of benefits in time. This transaction is worth it." Ming Qingda's expression did not change. He thought for a moment and then said, "It's all as mother wishes." He knew that his fourth brother was, after all, the concubine's son. In his mother's eyes, he was a dispensable figure. The old Ming matriarch gazed at him coldly and said, "Is the family's cash flow this bad? Why do you often have to transfer money from Zhaoshang recently?" Ming Qingda smiled coldly in his heart and thought, "Taiping Money House's seal has always been in your hands. If I want to truly hold the Ming family in my hands, how can I not think of other ways?" Although he thought this in his heart, his mouth warmly explained a few things. The old Ming matriarch nodded and finally slowly said, "Only fourth brother is probably not enough for the hearts of the people under heaven to lean toward the Ming family. Qingda, you have to be prepared. Perhaps you will be forced to give up the position of master of the Ming family. Only then will the people under heaven realize the tragic state of the Ming family." Ming Qingda was slightly startled. He bowed deeply and left the room. Outside the courtyard, he smiled slightly at his son, Ming Launcher, who had been waiting for him the entire time. "Did you hear that? I already said, the one she loves the most is only your sixth uncle. Yesterday, I wrote Fan Xian's birthday incorrectly. My apologies. I'm not in a good mood, so I don't talk much. I also didn't reply to some of my book friends on QQ. Please forgive me." To be continued. If you want to know what happens next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 381. Fan Xian did not know what was happening inside the Ming family. For him, the Ming family was a rock. He had to suppress it but temporarily could not crush it. In any case, he had the patience. There was no rush in fishing. That day, he came to the Suzhou branch of the Baoyue brothel. The business in the brothel had already picked up. The girls upstairs and downstairs were busy receiving customers. Not many people noticed the male owner and female shopkeeper respectfully protecting a person as they quietly went up to the top floor. Pushing open the window and looking out, he saw many workers digging mud to expand the lake. To expand a lake, the amount of money and labor needed was not a small amount. He couldn't resist sighing and asking, "Is there a need?" Shi Chanli smiled slightly and said, "According to Sir's intentions, the plans and layout of the branch were sent urgently to the north. The day before yesterday, the second young master's intention was that this lake is too small and the terrain is not open enough. The customers who come to play will feel a bit cramped, so it is better to put in a lot of effort and dig the lake a few hundred meters forward." Fan Xian smiled bitterly. It looked like Xija, who was far away in northern Qi, still had Baoyue brothel on his mind. For such a large undertaking, he only had to say one word, yet Fan Xian had to mobilize many people to do it. "There's sound and smell. Aren't you afraid it will affect business? It's surrounded by green cloth. Customers in the building usually won't notice that side. Although business is good right now, if we want to dig the lake, we can only do it now, otherwise, when spring is at its peak and summer is at its peak, it will be inconvenient to dig at that time." Fan Xian nodded and didn't say anything. He trusted his brother's business acumen. Today, he had come to Baoyue brothel mainly to find out some information. He looked at the file his subordinate had delivered and furrowed his brows. Where exactly did the Ming family housekeeper escape to? The Ming family housekeeper had the same surname as the housekeeper Fan Xian had beaten in Danzhou when he was a child. They were both surnamed Zhou. This person was not simple. After all these years, he had been the old Ming matriarch's trusted aide and was responsible for managing the accounts of the mysterious Juanshan conference. After Xia Qifei was assassinated by the Juanshan conference in front of the Jiangnan restaurant, the Overwatch Council had begun to secretly investigate the housekeeper's whereabouts. They were prepared to secretly arrest him at any moment and wanted to obtain some key information from his mouth. However, that housekeeper's Zhou seemed to have disappeared within a day and did not appear in any of the Ming family property. No one knew if the Jiangnan road officials were helping him hide or something. In any case, even the Overwatch Council's methods had not been able to find a trace of his whereabouts. Deng Ziyu walked in from outside and reported to Fan Xian the matter of the fourth Ming master being taken into the Suzhou government. Hearing Fan Xian ask about housekeeper Zhou's whereabouts, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. He was responsible for this matter. After so many days without any progress, he also felt ashamed. He furrowed his brows and shook his head. He thought for a moment and said, if he hadn't been silenced by the Ming family, then it should be, there is a high possibility that the other party is openly hiding in the Ming garden, Fan Xian said. Fan Xian knew that if he really wanted to hide the account master of the Juanshan conference, hiding him in the Ming garden was the riskiest and safest method. He couldn't resist smiling. Do I really have to go into the Ming garden to capture him? Deng Ziyu forced a smile and said, without concrete evidence, how can we enter the palace to capture him? The other party is also someone with a hereditary noble title. Furthermore, if we make the matter too serious, the governor will certainly be forced to open his mouth and pressure you. Fan Xian sighed and felt that this matter was gradually losing its fun. He waved his hand and said, if we charge in and can't capture him, it won't be easy to explain to Shui Qing. If we can confirm that there is someone inside, we can try being barbaric for once. I just can't confirm it, Deng Ziyu said helplessly. The two of them were chatting when suddenly an Overwatch Council spy carefully knocked on the door. Deng Ziyu glanced at Fan Xian and walked out the door to say something in a low voice. His expression immediately became serious. He gave a few more reminders in a low voice and then quickly turned around. Leaning close to Fan Xian's ear, he said, there's news from the island. Fan Xian's spirits rose. That damned pirate doc had been quiet for so long. He almost thought that he could no longer use that little island to deal with the Ming family. Hearing that there was news, he said with great interest, speak. Deng Ziyu glanced at him again and carefully said, the people on the island are all dead. Completely dead. With a slap. Fan Xian slammed his palm against the tea table beside him without expression. The tea table did not shatter, nor did the teacup break. However, this slap clearly expressed his dissatisfaction and dissatisfaction. The Ming family had acted ruthlessly and cleanly. He furrowed his brows and asked, where are our people? The Overwatch Council had a spy on the island. Fan Xian was worried about his life and death. Deng Ziyu said, his luck is pretty good. He survived. The Chuanzhou side found their way to the island and just happened to pick him up. Fan Xian's expression was slightly heavy. What is his name? Qinghua. Where is he? Just arrived in Suzhou. He is recovering in a secret residence. Let's go. Qinghua felt that he was dreaming. He had been dreaming these few days. After the island had been surrounded by the soldiers, only he had survived. Surrounded by the sky full of pirate gulls and the ground full of dead bodies, he had tried to find the path his leader had once left behind. He had gone to that hidden little cove and found a boat to go out to sea. He had not thought that the Ming family would be so ruthless in silencing him. All of the boats on the island had been destroyed. Even the 3-sail-fast boats the pirate leader had hidden had sunk to the bottom of the water. Looking at the sails that had changed color after being soaked in the water, Qinghua felt a bit hopeless. The island was isolated beyond the sea. If the Chuanzhou side discovered that the situation had changed and took the risk to send people to the island again, it would still take a long time. He had been alone on the island without water or food these days. Could he survive? The spies of the 2nd and 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council had to undergo harsh wilderness survival training and intelligence gathering training from the beginning of their admission. It was only because of this skill that the single Qinghua had managed to survive on the island. There was no water on the island. Fortunately, it had rained. There were no wild animals on the island, but there were corpses. There were pirate gulls that ate the corpses, and there were fish and clams in the sea. Thus, he was still strong and disgustingly able to survive. It was not until his colleagues from Chuanzhou took the risk to go to the island again that the extremely weak Qinghua was finally lifted onto the boat. The boat floated back to the mainland. Qinghua was finally able to have a good sleep. In his dreams, he thought of the water birds he had eaten and the rotting human flesh in the stomachs of those water islands. Qinghua still couldn't help but have nightmares. He slept for a long time, from Chuanzhou all the way to Suzhou. When he woke up, he found there was a young and delicate official in front of him looking at him with admiration and pity. The Overwatch Council official beside him reminded him, "It's the commissioner." The commissioner. Qinghua was startled and struggled to get up and bow. Fan Xian quickly stopped him on the bed and narrowed his eyes slightly. Looking at this Qin Kingdom version of Lu Binchuan, a sigh and admiration welled up in his heart. Political struggles were not treating people to a meal. It was a matter of life and death. However, it was often the lower-level officials who needed to be sacrificed. Fan Xian took out a pill and fed it to him. He then used a golden needle to help him circulate his blood. After carefully treating him for a long time, he confirmed that there wouldn't be too many sequelae and that the other party had enough energy to speak. Only then did he begin to ask questions. In their conversation, Fan Xian obtained a lot of useful information. There was a lot of information that had not been sent ashore in time, such as the connection between the pirate leader and Ming Launcher's concubine. He coldly said, "No wonder that concubine would suddenly return home to visit relatives. I'm afraid she has long sunk into the river to feed the tortoises. Marrying a tortoise, in the end, she can only feed the tortoises. She is also a pitiful person. Ziyu, immediately send people to the concubine's home to investigate. I want to see how Ming Launcher is going to explain." Qinghua had also painstakingly kept a copy of the letter. This was also a very solid piece of evidence. Although the Ming family could still deny it, they could always use this to make an issue of it. "Do you have any thoughts about the soldiers who came to the island?" Fan Xian stared into Qinghua's eyes and asked. Although he knew that it had not been easy for him to survive on the island and he had experienced a long journey once on land and was extremely weak, he had no choice but to ask clearly. This reality was like a thorn in his heart and made him wary. That group of sailors was clearly a helper for the Ming family and had been sent by the eldest princess. Fan Xian wanted to know just who in the military was standing on the eldest princess' side. Presumably, the emperor was also very interested in this matter. It could not be Yan Xiaoyi. Although Yan Xiaoyi was the Qin Kingdom's northern governor with his superior 9th-level status, his military power had always been closely watched by the Overwatch Council. Fan Xian knew that Yan Xiaoyi did not have much power in the navy. Back then, the Chuanzhou Navy was the strongest naval force of the imperial court. Deng Ziyu glanced at Fan Xian and quietly said, "However, after the Yi family matter, in order to clear away the Yi family's influence in the Chuanzhou Navy, the court reduced the Chuanzhou Navy into 3. Presently, the Jiangnan Navy's nominally main yamen is in Shazhou. You should have met with the officials there. To enter the sea from Shazhou and land on the island to kill people, the distance is too far. Furthermore, the voyage is all on the Yangtze River. It is easy to reveal traces. In my opinion, it shouldn't be them." Fan Xian nodded. He did not have any emotional fluctuations because of the words "ye family." He turned his head to look at Qinghua. On the bed, Qinghua's lips had white bubbles forming on them. He was also trying hard to remember the soldier who had landed on the island that night. He knew this matter was very important and could allow the council to determine just who dared to be in cahoots with the pirates. With great difficulty, he opened his mouth and said, "When the official ship landed on the island, it was just before dawn. There were many reefs around the island. Under such a dark sky, to be able to forcefully land on the island, it should be a professional navy and not a soldier on shore borrowing a ship. I once saw the face of a soldier clearly. Looking at the contours of his face, he should be someone from the north." Fan Xian's brows furrowed. Could it be Dongyi's navy? Qinghua shook his head with difficulty and reported, "They occasionally opened their mouths to speak, but it was not a Dongyi accent." Fan Xian gazed at Deng Ziyu and saw the glimmer of unease in each other's hearts. The Qin kingdom had 3 great navies. In the north was the Jiaozhou Navy, stationed near Shandong Road, and had great power. If the other party was a capable general on the eldest princess side, then the power the eldest princess held in the military was much more powerful than they had previously imagined. In Fan Xian's heart, since the emperor had always been stingy in letting him hold a sliver of military power and had always appeared so confident and arrogant, he believed that the majority of the power of the Qin kingdom's military was in the emperor's hands. Under such a premise, Fan Xian would have more confidence when he did things. Now, he had suddenly discovered that the eldest princess and the prince's power had increased by leaps and bounds. How could Fan Xian not be wary? The Yi family would gradually lean toward the second prince, the northern governor Yan Xiaoyi, and now there was another navy. Whose people are the Jiaozhou navy? Fan Xian furrowed his brows and asked. Deng Ziyu lowered his voice and said, "The admiral of the navy is a first-level military general. Naturally, he doesn't have to listen to Yan Xiaoyi's orders. I've never felt that he has any inclinations. After all, he comes from the Qin family, but his relationship with Yi Zhong's faction is not bad." Fan Xian gently tightened his fist and shook his head. He didn't say anything more. Looking at the tired Qinghua on the bed, a faint smile rose to his face. "Recover well. After you recover, follow me and do things." He greatly admired this young Overwatch Council official who was able to hide on the pirate island and successfully survive. Such an outstanding talent should become his trusted aide. Qinghua was shocked. He had not expected that after his narrow escape, he would have such good luck. For a moment, he froze on the bed, not knowing what to say. It was not until Fan Xian led the Qinian unit out of the room and the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council's Inspection Division stationed in Chuanzhou smiled and congratulated him that he came to his senses. He knew he had finally made it, the nightmare had finally woken up. Fan Xian was a bit angry. Everything he had encountered today was not good news. It looked like he had to quickly send the council report back to Jingdo and have the old cripple be more spirited and not always stay in Chen Garden looking at beautiful women. If your successor ran into a problem, you had to solve it, right? Sir, there's good news. Just as Fan Xian was silently cursing his bad luck, Deng Ziyu suppressed a glimmer of joy and respectfully reported. What news? That accountant of the Juanshan conference. We have the whereabouts of him. Where is he? Sir is wise. The news is accurate. That person is, in Ming Garden. Fan Xian pressed his palms together and sighed. Finally, there's something to do. Not in a good mood. Not in a good state. Write less. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 382. In the middle of April, the feeling of spring was bright and beautiful. All of Jiangnan was enveloped in a warm wind. The people walking on the streets were already beginning to only wear lined clothes. Outside Jingdou, thousands of miles away from Suzhou, one could still see the patch of white snow on top of the Tsang mountain from a long distance. It was as cold as the white cloth covering the face of a corpse. The tall man wearing the straw hat withdrew his gaze from the white snow on top of the Tsang mountain and silently drank the remaining tea in his cup. He ordered a bowl of plain noodles and began to eat without much taste. This place was 30 li outside of Jingdou. It was called Shirpai village. This tall man wearing the straw hat was the second priest of the Qing temple who had traveled with great difficulty from Jiangnan to Jingdou, Great Master Sanshi. Great Master Sanshi had not come to the capital to discuss the Tao or to pluck the willows outside the imperial road. He had come to kill. He had come to assassinate the emperor. Although Fan Xian had intentionally or unintentionally let him leave in Jiangnan, the Overwatch Council's investigation was strict. Even though the Northwest Road had not been heavily guarded, it still took Sanshi a great deal of time to get around the Overwatch Council and Black Knight's blockade and come to Jingdou. The Juanshan Conference was indeed a loose organization. However, once this organization possessed an unusually sacred and important mission, its importance became apparent. Not many people knew just how many important figures of the powers in the world were gathered by this mysterious organization. Although Great Master Sanshi was honored as the second priest of the Qin temple, he did not have much power to speak in the Juanshan Conference. Furthermore, he was personally opposed to the Juanshan Conference's arrangements in Jiangnan. After his unsuccessful attempts to interfere with Fan Xian's administration, Great Master Sanshi made himself a sacrificial pawn and broke away from the Juanshan Conference's arrangements. Alone with great ambitions and a red sun hidden in his heart, he proudly headed to Jingdou. He was going to Jingdou to kill people that could not be killed. As he thought this, he silently ate his noodles. Following his elder brother's earnest teachings, he chewed each noodle carefully and slowly until it became a paste. Only then did he swallow it with satisfaction. For some reason, Great Master Sanshi ate with sorrow and found it difficult to control himself. 2 muddy tears slid down from his old eyes and dripped into the noodle soup. He was going to enter the capital to ask the emperor why. After finishing the noodles, he put on the bamboo hat to cover his face. He picked up the wooden staff that was as tall as a person and left the noodle shop. Following the small path at the foot of Shirpai village, he began to walk in the direction of the capital. In front of them was the dark imperial city, and behind them was the pure white mountain. The ascetic monks were walking in the middle. The forest grew deeper and the road narrower. It was still early, so there were no woodcutters diligently getting up to chop firewood. It was also impossible for any pedestrians to pass by in the wilderness. The mountain road was quiet, so quiet that it was a little strange. There was not even the sound of birds or insects. After all, Great Master Sanshi was not a warrior skilled in assassination. He was just an ascetic monk with a very high cultivation. Although he felt it was a little strange, he did not pay it much attention. The court and the Juanshan Conference should not know that he had come from Jiangnan to Jingdou. The only person who knew of this matter was the northern Qi saint girl, Haitang. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible for Haitang to reveal his whereabouts. Great Master Sanshi believed this very much. He did not think that anyone would know his path in advance and set up an ambush ahead of time. Thus, when that mournful and deadly arrow shot out of the dense forest and viciously pierced into his eye socket, Great Master Sanshi felt very surprised. The way the arrow flew was very strange. At the beginning, it was silent, like a ghost or a demon. Only when it was only 3 feet away from his face did it suddenly let out a shrill whistle. The whistling sound of the arrow was enough to take away one's soul. incomparably terrifying. Hiss. Roar. The long black arrow seemed to cry out the word, kill. Great Master Sandshur gave a muffled grunt. His long wooden staff stabbed viciously into the ground. The head of the staff, carved into the shape of a bird's head, stretched forward in a very short time and blocked the arrow that seemed to have flown from the sky. With a muffled sound, the arrow shot viciously into the head of the wooden staff. The boundless power contained in the arrow shook Great Master Sandshur's wrist slightly. In an instant, the bird's head carved on the head of the staff exploded. Great Master Sandshur narrowed his eyes. A chill rose in his heart. It seemed that only the governor of the north, Yan Xiaoyi, had such a lightning-fast archery skill. Yan Xiaoyi should be in Cangzhou at this time, thousands of li from Jingdou. Separated by the leaves in the forest, Great Master Sandshur's clear eyes saw clearly the archer's face. It was a young and unfamiliar face. He knew that the arrow he had personally received must have been taught by Yan Xiaoyi. This unfamiliar young man must be Yan Xiaoyi's disciple. While he was thinking of these things, Great Master Sandshur had already used the rebound of the staff to fly into the air. Like a large bird, he spread his body. Holding the wooden staff in his hand, he smashed it like a mad demon. Although he didn't know why the other person wanted to kill him, before he entered Jingdou and asked the emperor that question, he would not allow himself to die. Great Master Sandshur's figure was tall and sturdy. He wore a straw hat on his head. His staff was full of murderous intent. His entire body floated in the air like a vicious large bird, filled with an aura of no return. When fighting against a godly archer, the most important thing was to close the distance between them. However, leaping into the air and exposing all of one's openings to the opponent, and one had nowhere to borrow strength from in the air, it was even more difficult to dodge those ghostly arrows. Great Master Sandshur swept over and looked at the archer's calm face. He knew that the other party wanted to take the opportunity to shoot. As expected, the archer didn't know how to move. His hands flashed and he had already taken out an arrow from behind him, nocked it, took aim, and fired. These were 3 simple actions, but they were completed naturally, harmoniously, and quickly. It was as if they were inseparable actions. It was very beautiful. This kind of simple beauty came from his daily hard practice and talent in archery. With a whoosh, the second arrow shot toward Great Master Sandshur's throat. At this moment, he was in the air and had no way of dodging such a swift arrow. However, Sandshur had been waiting for this moment. He gave a muffled grunt and did not dodge. He circulated his jinqi to his abdomen and used his stupidest and most powerful iron shirt to forcefully block this arrow. The arrow hit his throat and made a strange gurgling sound. A strange light flashed through Great Master Sandshur's eyes. His entire body had already charged toward the archer and struck out with his staff. At this moment, there was only 3 feet between the two of them. How could the archer dodge? The archer's expression was still calm. Facing the crazed staff, he steadily took 2 steps back. Holding his longbow in front of his body, he spat out one word from his mouth, seal. 4 golden knives came out of nowhere and turned into 4 streams of light, sealing Great Master Sandshur's killing blow. A loud explosion rang out. The knives shattered, the staff was in chaos, and a cloud of dust filled the forest. Amidst the dust filling the air, the sound of an arrow rang out again. A soul-stealing arrow pierced through the dust and the forest. In a very short distance, it once again shot toward Great Master Sandshur's throat. The distance was too close. Great Master Sandshur had no time to dodge, and he didn't dare let his weakest throat be continuously tested by the Yan family's archery skills. Thus, he raised his palm and took a saluting posture. The other party had used 4 knives to seal his staff, so he would use 1 palm to seal this arrow. That slender, Soul-eating arrow nailed itself to the edge of Great Master Sansher's thick and calloused palm. It was like a mosquito staring at a pitiful person's flesh. It swayed a few times before landing on the ground. It was only a very light sting, a nail. Great Master Sansher's body began to sway violently. He was shaken by this arrow and took a step back. Another arrow arrived. Great Master Sansher raised his palm again, sealed, and retreated again. The arrows shooting out of the dust grew faster and faster. It was as if they would never stop. Who knew what kind of terrifying hand speed the archer behind the dust had? If so, there were 9 arrows. Great Master Sansher was shaken back 9 steps and forced back to the side of the mountain path by those terrifying arrows. He gave a muffled grunt and Jinchi flowed through his arms. With a wave of his long staff, he sent the last arrow flying. Then, he felt his feet tighten. A terrifying animal trap made a gurgling sound and clamped down on his right foot. This animal trap was so big that it was probably used to trap tigers. Even though Great Master Sansher had the unbreakable power of the iron shirt, suddenly encountering a trap, the flesh on his calf still split open and blood spurted out. Great Master Sansher let out a pained cry. He furrowed his unwilling brows tightly. There was also a small spot of blood on his throat. The hand holding the wooden staff also had many small spots of blood slowly seeping out. With so many unpredictable and sharp arrows, if it had been anyone else, they would have long been shot into a porcupine. Only he had not suffered any true injuries. Unfortunately, in the end, he was still forced into the trap by these arrows. The dust gradually settled. In the opposite forest, the face of the young archer once again appeared, along with 4 knife-wielding men. Great Master Sansher looked coldly at the other party and said, "I didn't think it would be you who killed." Before he finished speaking, the young archer had come to silence him and had no interest in conversing with Great Master Sansher. Although he knew that Great Master Sansher was also a legendary figure, the younger generation had grown up and did not have much reverence in their hearts. The young man used the steady fingers of his right hand to place the poisoned arrow on the bowstring. Once again, he aimed at the throat of the immobile Great Master Sansher. "Shoot!" As he spoke, the arrow in his hand did not leave the bowstring. The forest was in chaos. Countless archers surged out from all directions. Separated by a distance of dozens of feet, they surrounded Sansher in the center. They all held bows and arrows in their hands. Following the word "shoot," countless long arrows left the bowstring. They transformed into soul-stealing straight lines and viciously pierced toward Great Master Sansher's body in the center. Sansher's pupils constricted slightly. Looking at the other party's arrangement, he knew that he might not survive today. To be able to arrange so many archers in the mountain, they must be people from the military. No matter how powerful an ace, when faced with the merciless and cold-blooded attacks of the military, they would not be able to survive. Furthermore, his right foot had already been caught in that hateful beast trap. He was not Yi Luyun or Ku He. Great Master Sansher sighed in his heart and waved the long staff in his hand, blocking the rain of arrows coming from all directions. Clang, 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 countless shattering sounds rang out around his body. In just a moment, hundreds of flying arrows had been shattered by his wooden staff. The broken arrows piled up around his body. It looked unusually sad. Some arrows pierced through his defensive circle and stuck into his body. However, these archers were not as good as the young man earlier and were unable to pierce through Great Master Sansher's iron shirt. The leading young archer was not in a hurry. He only looked coldly at Great Master Sansher, who was struggling like a dying beast. He watched this ascetic monk helplessly fight against the sky full of arrows. He knew that the other party's Jinchi was strong. If he wanted to kill him from a distance, he needed to be patient and continue to waste time. As long as Sancher's Shinchi showed the slightest sign of waning, he would not be able to maintain his ability to stab. Once the arrows entered his body, that would be the time of Sancher's death. Thus, he only aimed at Sancher's throat and coldly waited for that moment. The dozens of archers in the forest only coldly and endlessly shot arrows. Sancher howled loudly and endlessly waved his wooden staff, struggling in the rain of arrows. Eventually, there would come a time when his strength was exhausted. At this moment, Sancher's bravery might look so sad. Faced with powerful military machines, what use was a martial ace? What a cruel scene it was. The merciless shooting continued. The broken arrows piled higher and higher in Great Master Sancher's body. Gradually, they went past his calf and completely submerged the animal trap and injured leg in the arrows. It looked like a self-immolating monk who was endlessly chopping at the pile of firewood that was about to ignite himself. Great Master Sancher's clothes were already soaked with sweat. The speed at which he waved his wooden staff had also slowed. It was clear that his Jinchi was not as abundant as before. It was this opportunity that the leading archer, who had been waiting for a long time, gently released his middle finger. The arrow on the bowstring shot out. With a swoosh, the entire forest and the entire world seemed to have quietened down in an instant. Great Master Sancher held the arrow in his throat. His mouth made gurgling sounds, but he could no longer say anything. Fresh blood flowed out of his palm. The archers around him also stopped shooting. The young archer furrowed his brows and coldly and emotionlessly said, "Continue." The power of the arrows rose again. In an instant, Sancher's body was pierced by a dozen arrows. Fresh blood dyed his entire body red. Sancher slowly closed his eyes and sighed again in his heart. He knew that showing weakness to lure the enemy was not feasible. When Yan Xiaoyi's disciple did things, he indeed had the cold and emotionless style of his teacher. He waved his hand, and his large sleeve brushed away a number of arrows. His eyes opened, and a bright light flashed. With an explosive roar, the wooden staff he had been holding in his hand split open from the outside by this pure Jinchi. Pieces of wood flew in all directions, revealing the knife inside. In Suzhou, Sancher had once used one knife to cut through a long street. At this moment, his knife could only cut toward himself. Slashing down diagonally, the edge of the knife entered the flesh without a sound. He ruthlessly chopped off his right calf. He would no longer be trapped in the animal trap. Sancher was like a large bird with broken wings. Once again, he ruthlessly flew into the air. Like a goshawk hunting a rabbit, he killed his way into the enemy ranks. The knife light splashed like snow, causing people to spray blood. In one exchange, he cut off 3 heads and broke open the chests of a number of people. The forest was a scene of bloody slaughter. What a tyrannical knife! When Sancher struck, the cold young archer had already turned and left. Silently, he climbed up a tree and began to shoot arrow after arrow. He knew that the other party was already at the end of his strength. He had also cut off his own leg, and blood flowed freely. The other party wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. As expected, after the knife light dazzled for a moment, it gradually dimmed. After killing a ground full of archers, the poison in Sancher's body flared up. His injuries flared up, and he ran out of blood. Dropping the hilt of his long knife to the ground, he gave a muffled grunt and spat out his last breath. The second priest of the Qing temple was dead. After confirming Sancher's death, the archers surrounded him. They were all elites of the military. They had come to surround and kill, and even shamelessly murder, the second priest of the Qing temple. Not everyone could maintain their calm on the surface, particularly after the other party had fallen into their trap and was still able to cut off his own leg and kill so many of their brothers. When these people thought back to it, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Clean it up. You all return to camp, the young archer said coldly. Ding Han, you're in charge of cleaning up. A soldier bowed in a low voice in acknowledgement. The woods once again returned to peace. The soldiers who were good at shooting took off their disguises and found another secret place to change and return to camp. After exiting the woods, the young archer had already changed into a commoner's clothing. He did not follow the group back to camp. Instead, he turned left and right out of the woods and found the official road back to the capital. On the way, he hitched a ride in a carriage. Along the way, he chatted and laughed with the merchant as he entered Jingdo. After entering Jingdo, the archer first ate 2 bowls of vegetable porridge and then bought a paper windmill on the side of the street. He passed through the main street in the south of the city and walked through a secluded alley. Stopping at the door of a storytelling hall, he seemed to not be able to resist the temptation of the storybooks. He entered the building and asked for a cup of tea and a plate of melon seeds. He then began to listen. After listening for a while, he seemed to have the urge to pee and went to the bathroom. Behind the bathroom, he exited the courtyard wall. After confirming that no one was following him, he entered a manor. He didn't know whose family this manor belonged to. He walked as easily and freely as if he were in his own home. Entering the study, he knelt in front of the desk and reported to the pair of small and delicate feet under the table, "Your Highness, it has been eliminated. You've worked hard." The eldest princess of Qing Kingdom, Li Yunrui, smiled slightly. When this woman, who was so beautiful that she did not seem mortal, smiled, it added a sense of charm. When the young archer killed Great Master Sanshi, he appeared cold and heartless. At this moment, he did not dare meet the eldest princess's eyes. After rising, he stood obediently to the side. Sanshi, what a pity. The eldest princess sighed with great regret. He didn't listen to my words and insisted on imitating the bravery of an ignorant man. At this time, how could we make the emperor suspicious of us? Everything is not ready. Now is not the time to act. For someone like him who doesn't listen, we can only let him go. The young archer remained silent and did not say a word. He knew that these major matters should be the concerns of the elders. He only needed to carry them out. The eldest princess glanced at him and said with a slight smile, "You can't follow Governor Yan into battle in the north. Do you have any complaints?" The young archer smiled and said, "Father only drinks all day in the north. How can it compare to the excitement of the capital?" After saying a few more words, the eldest princess allowed him to leave the study. This manor was nameless. No one knew that the eldest princess would occasionally come here. She liked to sit alone in this study and think about things. She would often think about herself until she was crazy. Juanshang Conference. A self-mocking smile rose to the corners of her lips. When she was young, what was her goal in organizing the Juanshang Conference? It was to do something for the Qing Kingdom. It was to help her brother the emperor do things that he found inconvenient, such as killing an official or stealing someone's property. Although her brother the emperor had never known of the existence of the Juanshang Conference, the Juanshang Conference had helped him a great deal in secret, such as the battle with Northern Qi and the secret influence on Dongyi. But when did such a huge change happen? The purpose of the Juanshang Conference had undergone such a great change in her hands. A glimmer of misery flashed across the eldest princess's face. She thought of Fan Xian far away in Jiangnan, the palace treasury, the Overwatch Council, and the suspicions and inclinations the emperor had shown these 2 years. "I gave the emperor a pearl, what did the emperor give me?" She closed her eyes and then opened them again. Her gaze had already recovered its calm. She smiled slightly and thought, "Since the emperor does not accept me, I should cherish myself. It was not impossible to pay a price for this. Sir Yuan's words did indeed have his reasons. It was still the same patch of forest. Other than the faint smell of blood, there was no trace of a previous attack. It looked like the military's handling of the scene was no worse than the Overwatch Council's. Everyone had already left. Ding Han, who had been left behind by Yan Xiaoyi's son to take care of the aftermath, was the last to leave the forest. Strangely, not long after he left, he silently returned to the forest. Under a pile of mud, he found a broken arrow that he had purposely hidden earlier and carefully tucked it into his clothes. Following this, he spat on his hands and began to dig with great difficulty. After digging for an indeterminable amount of time, he finally reached a very deep place and dug out the bodies that had already been burned beyond recognition. After confirming that it was Sansher's body, he pulled out a dagger from his boot and inserted it into the neck bone of the body. Very carefully, he chopped off Great Master Sansher's head. He refilled the soil, scattered leaves, and spread moss. After confirming that there were no problems, this person called Ding Han sighed with satisfaction and turned to leave the forest. He didn't need to enter Jingdo because the place he was going to was outside Jingdo. In the back mountain of Qin Garden, the back door, the wooden arch, and the old servant. The old servant accepted a box and a package from his hands. Ding Han silently bowed and began to return to the camp. In a dark and cold room, Chen Pingping sat in a wheelchair and looked with a slight smile at the charred head on the cloth. Do you think, it's already been burned to this extent, will the emperor still be able to recognize that idiot Sansher? The old servant chuckled and couldn't say anything. He only saw that the old master seemed to be happy, so he was also happy. Chen Pingping once again took out the broken arrow from the box and looked at it with narrowed eyes for a while. Suddenly, in a sharp voice, he said, Sansher is an idiot. Do you think the eldest princess is also an idiot? She could have used anyone, but she used Yan Xiaoyi's son. Admittedly, she can tie Yan Xiaoyi tighter, but it would also be easy for her to be exposed, no? It was clear that this director of the Overwatch Council did not think much of the scheming ability of the younger generation. He used his withered hands to gently stroke the wool blanket on his knees and shook his head. In this world, there are always some people who think that there are some things that no one will ever know, such as that bullshit Juanshan conference. The old servant quietly said, Are we going to enter the palace? Yes. The commissioner's side seems to be a bit difficult to make a move. The old servant had been Chen Pingping's trusted aide and housekeeper for 20 years. He knew most of the director's thoughts and carefully reminded him. Chen Pingping sank into silence. A moment later, he said, Fan Xian might still act too early, but let him do it. Let him do what he thinks is right. As for the things he might not want to do, I'll do it. There were many things that Chen Pingping would never tell Fan Xian because he knew that Fan Xian's heart was far from being as hard and strong as his. He pushed the wheelchair to the window. In the distance came the faint sounds of laughter from the beautiful women the old man had collected. He looked outside and thought of Yuan, who had always been by the eldest princess's side. He couldn't resist smiling innocently like a child. Often, the things that enemies don't want me to know, I actually know, but, a glimmer of self-mockery flashed through the old man's eyes. He sighed and said, Sometimes, being a person who knows everything is not a happy thing. The old servant gently massaged his shoulders. He knew that tomorrow, the director would bring the head and the broken arrow into the palace. The Juanshan conference would appear in front of the emperor for the first time, and the emperor would finally make up his mind. What the director needed was for the emperor to make up his mind. Chen Pingping slowly lowered his head. If he didn't stir up some big trouble and kill a few nobles in the palace, how could he be willing to let go and die? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.